I don't want to set the world on fire. Whoa, easy there, traveler. Can't sneak up on a fella while he's admiring his own reflection, you know. Put her there, friend. The name is Ezra. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. That's right, I, just as you are, am a thriving wastelander. But, as you also well know, the wasteland is a decrepit, dusty horror show, where getting eaten by a Yao Guai would honestly be a miracle compared to the other unspeakable ways to meet thy maker. Sure makes a fella wish the world hadn't ended, don't it? How I wish we could turn back time before those damned bombs fell on our beautiful nation. Well, we can't, but maybe we can get pretty darn close with our very own time capsule of sorts. Our very own vault. Now I know what you're thinking, but Ezra, a handsome fella like you could join any vault that you wanted. Why build your own? Well, my friends, alas, I have tried. Vault 58, a few miles from here, ran by the overseer known as Boland. A filthy, irradiated ghoul. Hardly what I would call sanitary, and definitely not the pure, patriotic red blood of an American. They just let anybody in over there. He and his vault dwellers, if you could call them that, were none too pleased with my opinion, nor how vocal I was about it. Ah, who the hell needs 'em? We'll create our own sanctuary with some pure-blooded patriots. Humans without any mutations, and if we see those damn false vault dwellers again, we'll light up their world. Now then, let's get to mining out our very own vault. A very small little area here, but big things always start out small, as ideas and ambitions, as my papa always said. Rome wasn't built in a day, or in this case, a vault that is going to have all of the beauty and wonderfulness of pre-war America. We've mined out a decent bit for today. Let's set up a nice, warm, cozy fire and get a little bit of shut-eye on this uncomfortable, rough stone. A necessary sacrifice. Just imagine being able to sleep in a nice, quilted, comfortable vault bed pretty soon. I slept horribly for a few hours, and I awoke starving. Ugh, this isn't quite as easy as I thought it'd be. Luckily, an experienced wasteland survivor like myself knows how to hunt an iguana or two. This little fella will be delicious this evening. I found myself a couple of twigs that I could use for kebabs, roasting him over an open campfire. That's not too shabby. We finally finished up the opening of what will eventually be our vault here, and we cleaned things up a bit, moving stone chunks, sweeping the floors, adding in a few doors to keep out any intruders or wild creatures of the waste. With that taken care of, we could use some nearby ruins made of sandstone to build ourselves a research bench. Yes, we're about to do some very boring research. Why? Well, what, you think I just know how to build a vault on my own? No, I have to search through all these blueprints I found in my travels, and it's a whole thing. But it'll be well worth it, because after we learn Vault Tech blueprints, we'll be able to go about creating Vault Tech interior walls, exterior walls, flooring, the great big gear door that will keep us safe for many years to come. It's gonna be great. It's just gonna take a while. Patience, my friends, patience. And in the meantime, when I'm not researching, I still have plenty of work to do around the area to ensure that it's going to be safe and that it is going to be a vibrant place for many of our people to even want to join us as vault dwellers. First things first, we need to start planting some food. Nothing like a good tato out in the wasteland to, well, keep you alive, I guess. Such pitiful little plants and their stalks. Listen, have faith, my friends. Once we have a functioning vault and a thriving community, we'll be able to grow fresh, plump, ripe tomatoes just as they did in the old days. Those will be good times. Late one evening, we noticed a group of visitors in the area. The Enclave, no less. This squad of their soldiers seems to be fixated on an ancient pre-war vehicle. Maybe there's some loot or tank that they're searching for. Either way, I will not be interfering with their operations, I can promise you that. Only a fool gets between the remnants and whatever their goal is. Ah, now these folks are some real red-blooded patriots. Perhaps once we get off the ground here, we might be able to set up some type of relationship with them, even if only for trade. I'm sure they'd be willing to do business with their fellow pure countrymen. They must have found whatever they were looking for, or maybe they didn't, because they ended up leaving some odd hours later. Well, since it seems like their operations here are finished, I might try my own hand at collecting a few things from this ancient truck. Holy! I can't believe the remnants didn't take all this. I guess they technically don't need it, but I sure could use it. Well-preserved uniforms and helmets, even a good stash of caps hidden above the oil pan. Oh, I'm glad they didn't find that. What the Enclave don't know won't hurt them, our little secret. And what they don't know that we may have kind of taken that they needed also won't hurt us, because they definitely would if they found out, so don't tell anybody, okay? Oh, whew, scared me. I thought that the Enclave found out and they were coming to kill us. It looks like we have a raider. A quick analysis. We have a desperate woman wielding a knife with absolutely zero armor. I don't think we'll have a hard time putting a bullet between her eyes. Alright, pal. Stay behind me. Things are about to get ugly. Alright, so we have our little attacker coming our way with her little knife. And I really want to pull off a super cool trick here if I can, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Instead of shooting her, what if I shot this gigantic ancient explosives crate? That probably won't work, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Oh yeah, oh, it's definitely not gonna work. Yeah, we're way too far away. Ah, that's alright though. Oh, well, hello there. Looks like a pretty good shot in, if I do say so myself. Hello, madam. You have a knife? You have some silver? That's interesting, but no caps. What kind of... Whoa. Incredible shooting skill. Incredible intellectual skill. You be a perfect vault dweller. Oh, a pure human. What are you doing with these filthy raiders when you should joining someone like us or the Enclave, the true red-blooded Americans? Not some filthy, scrounging murderers looking to kill innocent folk for things. You poor little woman. We really lucked out here with her. It's actually a very good thing she was. that she was a pure human. Alright, I'm gonna pick you up, and I'm gonna carry you. You know what? We're gonna have to use our place as a prison cell until we get something temporary built. We'll go ahead and capture her, though, and we're gonna get this stuff hauled in. After we do that, let's pick up that knife as a sidearm. I need a melee weapon. We are gonna go ahead and start recruiting her. That is going to be perfect. What kind of... You have 11 resistance. That's a shame, but we should be able to get you going soon. I think we're gonna go ahead and deconstruct some of these old ancient ruins from the pre-war days, and we're gonna go ahead and use this to make ourselves a small prison. Yep, nothing too fancy. Basically a little porta potty sized room here. Go ahead and do some mining. Okay, we're just gonna throw a sleeping spot in here for now. This way, you know, it literally just whatever I can, that way I can take my own bed back. Excuse me, ma'am. And here you go. We'll collect some wood and stuff, and I might actually even expand this for her a bit. I'm not all that interested. You know what? I might leave it this size. It'll be easier to get rid of later. I don't want to do too much on the outside that I'll have to clean up later when we have our actual proper vault. Because, of course, we want to have a prison there, stuff like that. We are working on recruiting her, though, as we had hoped. It's going to take quite some time, but I think eventually we will get there, of course. We also still have quite a bit of research to do. A lot to do, a lot to work on, a lot to do, but we'll get it in due time. As my papa always told me, hard work pays off. And trying to research through these ancient vault deck blueprints to learn this, well, research is indeed hard work. as well as trying to ensure that our new friend doesn't starve to death before she decides to join us. Thank God Almighty, though, our potatoes were finally ripe for their first harvest. These little red, juicy devils will keep we, as well as she, with full bellies satiated for quite some time. Listen, between you and I know things don't exactly look like any type of paradise. Not yet, at least. But I hope you can see the opportunity and just the vision that we have here as I roast tomatoes on a fire to keep from starving. Eventually, we did finish our research into Vault-Tec blueprints. Finally, oh finally, the foundation of everything you need in a vault. Not only technologically and educationally, as this is a foundation research for everything else that you need to go about doing any Vault-Tec research, but also physically as well, as it actually unlocks the first of our Vault-Tec walls and doors and things of that nature. Speaking of which, by the way, we are currently mining out a great big storage room for our vault and collecting some components while doing so. We would also immediately begin collecting plenty of steel from the nearby mountains. The reason for this is because the walls of our vault, as you might have guessed, are made of steel. The interior only require 5 steel per wall, which isn't too bad, but once we start building exterior hard-plated vault walls that cost up to 200 steel, things are gonna get a little bit more expensive. That is in the future, though. Speaking of our walls, though, we are going to be building our entrance first and foremost with some of our maintenance walls. You may notice a familiar face, though, as I was beginning this construction project. That's right, friends. Nelly, the raider, has now become Nelly, the potential vault dweller. I knew she'd come around. Nobody can resist my handsome face, nor the threat of death for too long. In terms of construction, she's kind of meh, but she is one hell of a cook, and that's what we need right now as I am doing the construction of the vault entrance. It really helps out quite a bit. Food poisoning is a serious threat, and if I were to have had it during this time, I would not have been able to finish our gigantic gear door entrance as fast as I did. Which I don't think I have to explain is a pretty crucial component, not only to just building a vault in under a mountain city, but also for our safety and security, of course. Speaking of which, this bad boy could use some power. For now, we're going to be building a temporary wind turbine to generate some electricity, not only for the door, but also for lights and things like that on the inside of the vault. Now that we finally got things settled, although we still have a lot of work to do, this might be a good time to name our vault, our faction, this place, and anything and everything in between. But as always, I love to give you fine folks a chance to do the naming in the comment section down below, because I always love when you give it your own personal little touch, and as cheesy as it is, I know, I always say it, it always makes the series not only my series, but our series when I get to use all of your wonderful ideas and suggestions, and I love you guys, so if you'd like to do that in the comment section, feel free to. Thank you. Now then, since our new recruit is a wonderful researcher, I say we go about researching some Vault-Tec furniture that will not only unlock just furniture, but many other things, like flooring, which is also a crucial component to any decent vault. While she's hard at work on that, we are going to be doing a bit more expanding to our storage facility, which we actually let her help us out with a little bit here and there when she wasn't busy looking through the old blueprints that we had. We expanded it quite a bit, and I think for now this is a decent sized room. Which it kinda has to be, because in the beginning here we're going to be using this space not only for storage, but also as our workshop as well. Yes, a double whammy. By this point we also finished up that Vault-Tec furniture research, and immediately started working on the Vault-Tec Nutrifier, which is going to give us a nutrition dispenser, but just as well will also give us access to a patent technological advancement of a Vault-Tec kitchen and stove, as well as the ability to make specialized Vault-Tec meals. Are you tired of hearing me say Vault-Tec yet? I'm getting a bit tired of saying it. Now, though, that we finally have the flooring at our disposal to be built, we are going to be flooring our entrance as well as our storage room first and foremost. Not only for cleanliness needs and beautification needs, but also for the fact that it's much easier and faster to walk on than some rough slate. Put into simple terms, not only does the place look better while we work, but we can get our work done much faster simply because we can move faster. Once this flooring was completed, we also started doing a bit more mining, as we are going to be mining out our hallways and or roadways. You'll see what I mean about that later. That way we can go about building ourselves some residential housing for all our vault dwellers, all 2 of us, as well as all the potential hundreds of thousands that we hope to have. For right now, simply due to a lack of resources, the rooms are going to be pretty bare bones, but I must say it feels ever so wonderful to sleep in a proper bed instead of on a stone slab for a change. And needless to say, the privacy of one's own room instead of having to share a room together is invaluable. Take a good look at it, my friends. You are looking at the humble beginnings to something grand, something huge, something glorious. Most folks of the world and of the wasteland right now would literally kill for a place like this, and yet for us, it's simply scratching the surface. Since I had finished up all my work, I also used some of the sandstone from the ruins that we had deconstructed to build a second research bench. That way I could help Nellie with all of her projects as well in my spare time. This made the technology of a Vault-Tec Nutrifier and all of its sub-technologies that much easier to finish. And after this, we would actually start on some scrap weapons, some very simple weapons in case we need to make our own. As I'd much rather do this than waste any money trying to purchase them in the beginning. Uh-oh, looks like it might be a little bit too late to start researching weaponry. We have a couple of raiders from the Crimson Boars, as they call themselves. Filthy, unpure humans. One of them is a ghoul. Absolutely disgusting. We've snuck around to this little opening in the valley here, but they've kind of got themselves, one might say, cornered in this open spherical landscape, but I would say that they've tucked themselves in kind of like a foxhole, but huge and not a foxhole at all. I'm going to move down towards this area, hopefully without being seen, if we can. Oh, and we were immediately seen. We have already been spotted. We also have visitors from Freedom Watchers. They are not pure humans, though I'm not exactly sure as to what they are. Similar to our enemies here. Okay, let's move. Song. Oh, our rifle is jamming. We definitely need some better weapons at some point. Okay, let's come back down this way. Yeah, we're not having any luck so far. Yeah, I don't want to get spotted. I mean, they already saw us, but they think that they've chased us off. Here we go. Uh-oh. Alright, they're beginning their assault. Let's move. Go, go, go. We might be able to get a good shot in straight on like this. Oh, no. Okay, let's come in and stab him. And then we're going to also shoot him. Oh, yeah, now we're talking. Oh my god, did we... I didn't even notice. Did we shoot her and kill her earlier? We're both injured. We have to be careful here. Just bruises. Okay, actually, we're fine. Just bruises and cracks. Yeah, Cammy, the ghoul, we shot her in the left lung. Damn. One shot from the pipe rifle in the left lung. She must have been pretty weak because these pipe rifles are normally not very strong. I'm going to let you have this pipe rifle, as it is fully automatic, and we are going to take this pipe as our sidearm. It's better than nothing until we can get some proper weaponry. We don't currently have any way of washing clothing at the moment, which is an issue. Otherwise, we would take this gear. However, I didn't really even pay attention, but I notice now, again, after fighting with him, this ghoul has a hunter pack on. It's a good thing we killed her when she did. Otherwise, that probably would have really hurt. Yeah, you know what? I'll actually let you wear the hunter pack. It'll come in handy if we have a large group of enemies or just an enemy we're struggling with in general. That is a very, very good item to have picked up, and to not have blown us up as well. Crack open the vault door. We need to tend to ourselves. We're not the best doctor, but just cracks and bruises. We also need to either start growing our own medicine, which I should probably do anyways, but we also need to find some heal root. But we need to start growing our own, I think, which is something we can work on right now. Yep, so we'll just throw together a tiny little patch here. We'll start growing some heal root. Just so that we have some cracks and bruises, it's fine. But if we end up getting worse than that, cuts and stuff, I will definitely want to tend to it with heal root so we don't get infections, and we'll have it just in case we do end up getting infections. It's also fall now, so we kind of need to try to get some warm clothing going. We've also been washing ourselves and defecating in the nuclear waste rivers and ponds, so we also need to work on a bathroom in the vault itself, or under the mountain sanctuary, for ourselves and, of course, any potential members we end up having. I will say, with these filthy, non-pure humans, if we weren't already injured, we would probably gun them down. I'm just saying. I don't know, and maybe you guys can let me know in the comments section how you feel about this, but we're building up the vault to have pure humans only, but do you think it would be okay for us to have non-pure humans, maybe as enslaved peoples, right? We aren't exactly the most moral folks, at least against people who are not pure humans. So I think it would be very fitting for the community that we plan on building here, our potential allyship with the Enclave, stuff like that. But be sure to let me know what you think about that in the comments section down below. Now then, let us go about improving this vault and repairing our windmill for power, looks like. First things first though, as I briefly touched on, we need a proper laboratory, somewhere where we can relieve ourselves as well as take care of our personal hygiene without getting radiation poisoning. More so than normal, I mean, of course. And so, just off the side of our storage facility here, we have built ourselves a temporary restroom. This is something I think I'm going to add into everyone's homes, or maybe some type of public one throughout the vault, and that's why I say temporary, because I really don't like this location, but I'm not positive on how I want to go about laying everything out just yet. Something I am positive on, though, is that we need a place for our wastewater and poo-poo to dump out into, and I thought that the Tato patch was the perfect place. Now I know what you're thinking, but not to worry. Tatos love raw sewage. It helps them grow big and strong, I promise. And with that, we finally have a fully functional bathroom. We can take ice-cold showers until our water heater actually warms up some water. We can relieve ourselves without having to go to a nuclear waste pond. And we can also wash our hands. Oh, it's already feeling like pre-war America. We also finally finished up our research into simple scrap weapons, although it's not really going to do us any good at the moment, I suppose, as we already got some attacks, and we ended up getting some better weaponry. But hey, it's there if we need it. Now, putting research to the side for a moment, it is time for us to do some more mining and some more expanding on the vault. We are going to be expanding out our roadways, and we're actually going to be planning out a nice diner, somewhere we can eat our meals and cook as a community. Before that project, though, we are actually going to be building some proper roadways. Yes, these aren't just going to be hallways like in your typical vault-tech vault. That's right, an asphalt road and concrete sidewalk. Why? Because, my friends, where some overseers build vault cities, we actually build a vault city. One to match and to house the comforts of the days of old. When I said earlier in the video that we want our vault to be a time capsule, I truly meant it. Now then, I think it's time for our community kitchen / diner. We're just going to be kind of giving it the same shape and size as our residential area. Of course, this is all subject to change, if I have some type of inspiration of an idea, of course. But as you can see, it's just a simple little area now that can easily accommodate the two of us, as well as probably the foreseeable growth of our populace within the next year or so, I'd say. Perhaps the most important part about the initial setup of the diner is the fact that it actually has a walk-in freezer as the kitchen. This way we can keep all of our potatoes as well as any meats that we end up hunting nice and frozen. Now then, let's get a bit nerdy and technical for a second, shall we? You might think that Vault-Tec appliances and other devices are simply normal tech with a blue paint and a logo slapped on it, but you would be sorely mistaken, my friend. As you can see here, the standard simple meal requires 10 units of an ingredient and does indeed create one meal, while a Vault-Tec meal with the proper perfect measurement, proportions, and amounts gives us 2 meals for the exact same amount of ingredients. Absolutely incredible and perfect for feeding the needs of any growing city. However, these new Vault-Tec appliances and devices do take up a lot of power, and we don't currently know the ins or outs of the magnificent Vault-Tec power sources, nor would we be able to educate ourselves within an appropriate amount of time. We'll be needing to look into more alternative and simpler methods of generating electricity for our city. While Nellie is researching solar panel technology, though, I am going to be improving our residential housing with a few different things. Mostly just plant pots, dressers, and end tables, but these significantly boost our mood and make us much happier. Much more homely, isn't it? We also installed some Vault-Tec vents in each of our houses. That way the entire city will be sharing a perfect ambient temperature of 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Not too hot, not too cold. Shortly thereafter, we finished up research into solar panel technology, and we would waste absolutely no time building an additional solar panel along with our wind turbine. For now, this is going to be plenty enough to charge up our batteries and to keep the city powered. But as we continue expanding with different devices and technologies, we are going to have to also expand our power generating knowledge. Not that that should be a problem. We just have quite a few different types of prerequisite technologies to actually research before we even have the possibility of the type of power generating methods that we want. But enough about that for now, as we are going to be expanding out our vault a bit more to make a nice, even, squarish, rectangular-ish part of the city here, as you can see. This wasn't exactly important to do, but I found it much more aesthetically pleasing, and it also kind of helps me regulate for how we're going to be expanding in the future. Outside our diner, we would build ourselves a couple of steel chess tables. That way we have entertainment for days. Not really, I think we'll get quite bored after a while, but I think it also adds to the aesthetic a bit, and it is a bit of entertainment as well. And as my father always told me, and as I always like to say, there's nothing like a good game of chess to keep your mind and your tactical thoughts sharp. A humble, small, yet promising start to our Vault City proper. However, we don't really look the part as vault-dwelling folk yet, do we? Obviously not all of our people have to wear the vault suits, but it feels like we as the overseer and staff would at the very least have our own. So we ever so quickly threw together a tailoring station, and we immediately started recycling some of the old army uniforms that we had collected from that truck. Each one would only give us very minuscule amounts of cloth, so it's a very good thing that we have a lot of them and that there's still plenty inside the truck to be collected. Truthfully, I find it quite fitting that we would recycle preserved outfits from the pre-war days to make our vault suits for our pre-war, post-war vault. All that being said and done, though, we had just enough cloth to make ourselves a couple of vault suits, and boy oh boy, do we look dashing, might I just say. Funny enough, the vault suits actually have higher damage resistance than the previous outfits either of us were wearing, so not only do we look the part, but we're also much more safe. A couple of days later, and we had received word of a prisoner being held by a local raider gang not too far from us. Not just any prisoner, though. This was my very own father. Oh my God. We had been separated for so long. I had always wondered what had come of him. I guess this is now my opportunity not only to grow our vault populace, but to save my daddy. We would waste no time and immediately set out to head to this raider camp. All the while my head filled with thoughts of my father growing up. He was a bit of an alcoholic man, and occasionally he would leave me at the bar for days on end. I almost turned around, but we desperately need more people, and perhaps he's different now. We would arrive at this raider camp a few days later. Things are looking a little bit grim for my papa, I must say. There was no shortage of raider scum, and they were well fortified against the river. There was only one way in and one way out. Hang tight, Daddy. We're on our way. We're gonna get you out of there lickety-split. Hopefully in one piece. So they definitely have us outnumbered. There's 3 of them, and they also have a hound. But, we do still have that hunter backpack that we can use, which is going to be quite handy to save my papa. Hopefully. If I can get them in one group, that would be great to use it, but I don't know if they'll let us. I'm going to come down here, I think, and take cover to fire at them. Come up this way to the drilling platforms and take cover as well. Oh man, we just keep jamming. Our weapon keeps jamming. Jesus. Oh, move, yeah. You have to be careful. This actually would be perfect. Right there. Oh, yeah. Alright, move. Oh, shit. Grenades. Yeah. I thought that we were going to hit 2. Oh, well. Alright. We killed one. The other one right there. Did she just take... Oh, she's done some jet. She's very high. And this gives her a much better chance of hitting us, but her cooldown is also increased. She's also a better shot. Oh, shit. That's gonna be rough. We need to be careful. Or maybe we don't. Good shooting, everybody. We still have to deal with this stupid dog and a filthy, irradiated ghoul with a spiked baseball bat. I want to come down here. I'm actually gonna say shit on the rifle. Although it seems like it's very good when we can manage to hit them, it's very rare that we can. We could do some jet, but drugs, right? We're pure humans. Although I guess we would still do drugs. I just don't really think we're going to have time for it either. Oh, shit. Yeah, well, our accuracy, it looks like it's starting to fail us a bit here. Oh, they're trying not to leave their camp. I'm going to come up with the grenades. Yeah. Okay, run. No. Don't get... No. Oh, no. Don't get caught by the dog. Oh, God. Oh, God. No. Bad dog. Back up, dog. Go. Bad dog, please. Don't let the dog be what ends us here. I want this pistol. It's definitely going to be much more accurate. A 44 mag. Perfect. Now, dog. I thought it was going to be more accurate. Damn. Go. Yes! Oh, and they're fleeing. Get out of the way. Yes, run, you cowardly ghoul. Come on, finish him off. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Alright, we need to tend to ourselves. How badly injured are we? We are hypothermic, that's a problem. We need to warm up. We've got scratches and bites from the dog. We did get shot by the 44 in the right leg. Our lady here. And her left pinky was bitten off. Bit of a problem. Bit of an issue. But, on the bright side, we did survive. We do have the dog here. That'll be good eating, to be honest with you. We're gonna tend to ourselves, though, and then we will rescue me papa, my father. We're gonna have to hack the terminal door. Now, it's gonna take a second, but we shouldn't have any real issues with this. Head and get down here, both of us. Don't worry, father, I'm coming. Finally. Reunited, and it feels so good. Welcome aboard, Dad. We need to talk about why you never came back after going out to get Nuka-Cola. I'm just kidding. Now then, it's time to show him what we've been working on back home. Our very own utopia under the mountain. You're gonna love it, Papa. Now, let's get the hell out of here. And so we would, arriving back home some odd few days later. We should really get some animals that we can mount for our wasteland travels, or perhaps even a vehicle. Would be awful kind of the Enclave to lend us a vertibird. Baby steps. Anyways, Dad, this is our vault, our under-the-mountain city. And it consists of me, her, and you. I hope you enjoy. Not to worry though, Papa, you won't have to be sleeping on any cold stone ground anymore. You get your very own home. Nice and quaint. Just how you like it. Just like the one we used to live in before you abandoned me. Well, while my freeloading father enjoys the vault that we've built, we are going to be planting some more crops outside. This time around, I'm actually planting a small field of cotton, as this is what we're going to be making the majority of our outfits, like our vault suits and our jackets and things out of. And we're also going to be planting an even smaller field of dye. I forget how to pronounce this word, but this way we can dye our clothing, as well as all of our furniture and things throughout the vault, giving it that authentic Vault-Tec style. Next on the agenda, we're going to be building a high-tech research table, as this is going to be required for any future Vault-Tec research that we plan on doing. And believe you me, we plan on doing plenty. How about we do some right now? We're going to be researching Vault-Tec production techniques. This will allow us to create the Vault-Tec assisted building, which will then allow us to create the Pip-Boy, as well as components, and as well as a few other useful materials. It is also the prerequisite for General Atomics reactors, which is exactly what we need to ensure that we always have electricity in the city. So I suppose you could say it's pretty darn important. Now then, as we're educating ourselves on Vault-Tec inventions and growing crops to use, I want to break the fourth wall for a moment, so if you're not interested in that, skip ahead. Still here? Wonderful! Look, if you're playing along at home and want to make a vault with pure humans yourself, or anything with pure humans, you'll need to make sure that you remove the pacifist trait from that particular xenotype, because if not, you'll have a bunch of cowards who can't fight. So in case you've been wondering how I'm doing a vault of nothing but pure humans, I am individually removing that trait from every single one of them. Also, you might want to maybe play around with the mod list a bit. I have a bunch of outdated mods, it might not work, but if you are interested in it, it is in the video description. Alrighty, enough chitter chatter, let us go about finally harvesting our cotton plants to get some of that sweet, sweet cloth that we would immediately use to make my father a nice blue vault suit, and then he would use with his amazing crafting skill to make us all some jackets. Finally, by the time that our dyes had grown, we would be able to go about coloring all of our apparel to the appropriate Vault-Tec blue. We also finished up our research into Vault-Tec production techniques, and we would waste no time building ourselves a VTAB machine. Just one little problem though, we didn't have near enough plasteel, advanced components, or uranium to go about making any Pip-Boys. Luckily, we have been getting plenty of trade caravans. Now this bulk goods trader is primarily made up of non-pure humans, but this is just trading after all. We're not letting them step foot inside our city by any means, so I suppose we'll allow it. Besides, trade is going to be vital for our survival, especially before we can become self-sustaining. I guess it's a good thing these filthy, degenerate, mutated freaks came, because we needed someone to offload the jet that we had acquired onto anyhow. Yes, go get high on it, and in exchange, give us those advanced components, thank you. With the materials that we had purchased, we had just enough to make count them, two Pip-Boys. And that's gonna be one for me and one for Nelly. Pip-Boys, though, are not just a fancy doodad to see on your wrist. They actually end up increasing your stats by quite a bit. Well, ever so slightly, but they increase so many of your stats ever so slightly that they are well worth creating. They might be asking why we only made two for me and Nelly. Well, I still haven't decided if I'm angry enough to kick my father out of the vault yet. But I suppose we'll see in the future now, won't we? But until then, my friends, I suppose I'll see you next time. Thank you for watching. I love you. Mwah. Ahoy there, Wastelander! The name is Ezra, and I am the overseer around these parts. Quite a handsome one at that as well. This is my friend and close confidant, Nelly. Forgive her if she doesn't shake hands. And this is Shin. He's my father. Oh, when I was a lad, he abandoned me to go off drinking out in the waste. But now he's back in my life. Just like that. But that's okay though, because I forgive him. Maybe. And finally, this is our vault, our sanctuary. one that we're creating to capture and preserve the culture and purity of pre-war America, before those damned commies started dropping bombs on God's favorite nation. No need to cope and seethe, Europeans. We're all living in an irradiated hell now anyways. Now then, moving to the meat and potatoes of today's episode. We do have plenty of room for our current populace of 3 people, including myself obviously, but we plan on creating a utopia here, so we are in need of some pretty major expansions. Funny enough, our first expansion is not going to be a physical one, but an intellectual, educational one. We need to educate ourselves on the General Atomics reactors technology so that we can power our vault from the inside with the power of nuclear fusion. Obviously, such a powerful power generator is going to need a place of its own, so we are going to be mining out a significant roadway that leads to the end of the vault, where we are going to be building a facility to house all of the power generators that we plan on using. Which is probably going to be, I don't know, a lot. It really just depends on how big we end up creating the vault, I suppose, as well as how many electronics and production facilities that we end up using and creating for our little under-the-mountain city. That's really going to depend on how much power we need. Although these reactors create a lot of power, so we'll still have plenty of room. Now, as I briefly mentioned, as of this very moment, I plan for the reactor room to be at the very tail end of our city and vault. The yellow area that you're seeing right now will be functioning as the residential part of our city, homes, diners, movie theaters, etc. The green will be focused more on the industrial needs, such as storage, workshops, mining, so on and so on, with the 2 districts blending together in the middle here near the road. Now, I did say as of right now, and that's because I tend to change my mind quite often and contradict myself often as well. But as for right now, that is the plan. Thankfully, by the time I got done yapping, we had finished up our research. Now the only thing holding us back is our resources. We need some plasteel, advanced components, and I think we have enough components, but we'll get some extra just in case. Until then, though, we are going to build yet another temporary solar panel to help us out with our power generation needs. Thanks to that little boost of electricity, as well as our standard issue Voltec V-Tap machine, we can fabricate our own components from steel. But as for the other resources, we'll still need to find them or purchase them. But who will take on this grand adventure and travel? Why, Nelly, of course. We'll be sending her out with a fat stack of caps and also some silver. With this, she'll be able to purchase the resources we need. Or, if they don't have them, she'll be able to purchase some armor, that way she can safely search some nearby wreckage, debris, or something like that for the resources that we require. A little bit of a spoiler alert though, after we arrived at a nearby wasteland town, they actually did have plasteel, uranium, and advanced components, so we won't be needing to buy any armor or anything at the moment. However, you'll note that I did say, for the moment. Anyhow, though, Nelly would arrive back home and drop off the resources that we needed, and we wasted absolutely 0 time building our very first General Atomics nuclear reactor. Shoo-wee, ain't she a beauty? Say, anybody else feel like, static in their eyeballs? No? Maybe I'm standing too close to it. We would immediately start bringing down our batteries here, and once we get some advanced batteries, we'll be really cooking with grease. Or in this case, uranium, I suppose. Anywho, though, as you'll notice, we do have 6 spots for reactors. Like I said, plenty of room. Now that we have a lot of electricity being generated, we are free to expand any which way that we choose. And in this case, we are going to be expanding into more of our industrial side of the city, as I had previously discussed earlier on, with a great big workshop. Realistically, as for right now, though, it is going to be nothing more than a stone-cutting workshop, but eventually I hope to either use it as a great big storage room or somewhere where we have some factory tools, things like that, where our folks will be going to work in their day-to-day lives, serving America and serving the vault. The reason it's only for stone cutting right now is because we currently, and will continue to have, a great big supply of slate chunks as we continue mining out the city. In the name of self-sustainment, these stone blocks will be used as a replacement for wood and steel when it comes comes to everyday items such as furniture, bathroom facilities, pipes, so on and so on. Other than our atomic reactor, this is really our first big step towards self-sustainment. So far, so good, though I will say we should really put some exterior plating on the outside of these walls to keep our vault impregnable. Heading back to the end of the city, though, towards our new reactor setup, we are actually going to be mining out a spot so that we can go about growing our own food. Well, 4 spots to be exact. These are going to be our greenhouses. And this area is going to be responsible for feeding our entire population. So obviously we have to make sure there's plenty of growing room for plenty of food. I gotta tell you though, all this mining is incredibly boring and even more incredibly slow. I wish we had some help. You know, our ancestors dug these vaults, so perhaps our pre-war precursors may have the secret to what we need to assist us with mining out this vault. They were incredibly perfect and smart after all. Let's see. Pre-war. What could they have used? What would any self-respecting nuclear family of the time had possessed? Ah, I know. A baby! No, that's not it. Babies can't mine stone. Well, not right away at least. Perhaps a dog? No. Dogs are worse at mining than babies, I think. Wait a second. Every family always had a robot. Yes, that's it, robot. Indeed, just as our ancestors all those hundreds of years ago, we shall use our inherited robotic remnants to build our perfect city. Thankfully, Nellie already has basic knowledge of Robco circuitry, so we won't have to derail too much to start on our robotic workforce. Anything more advanced, though, like Assaultrons, Sentry Bots, things of that nature, we'll have to educate ourselves a bit better. Thankfully, the type of robot that we're looking to create doesn't require all that many resources, just a basic, simple core for its personality, quote-unquote, and then a bit of steel. As you can see, we are going to be making utilitrons, a variant of the standard protectron, specifically a variant that specializes in mining, just what we need. We shoved all the required ingredients and resources into the gestator, and now we just have to wait a few days before the gestator creates our little mining machine. Well, that's fine. We still have quite a few days before our little mining project would even be close to done anyhow. As we were working on it though, after a few days we did get our utilitron who quickly joined us in the fray, hacking and drilling and smashing against stone all day long. Now that's the type of red-blooded patriotic work ethic that we need. If only we had more like Utilitron 1. I suppose he's going to need a name if any of you fine folks would like to leave some suggestions in the comment section. Thank you. With these areas mined out, the hard part is finally over with. Now we're going to be using slate blocks to build some planter boxes for our greenhouses. The first thing that we're going to be growing is some potato plants. And I'm not talking about your standard, pathetic, irradiated, shriveled up potato plant from after the bombs fell. I'm talking about some actual potatoes. Big, plump, and maybe not juicy, but delicious. My oh my, a utilitron to do our work automatically, a General Atomics reactor to power our city, and potatoes galore. Could things get any better? I don't know, but they could definitely get worse. It would seem that we're under attack. By a ghoul, no less. Wearing power armor. Ah, wait, yes, I remember tale of Sharp, the filthy ghoul raider king. Word has it, he and his merry band of murderers had a bit of a civil war among their ranks, after he lost an entire squad of men to a group of well-armed super mutants. Ha, imagine getting beaten by such stupid creatures. Poor fool and what's left of his people have come to die at our door, it would seem. Well, now they do outnumber us, so it's best if we go ahead and work on a few minor defenses like some spike traps, I think. These are long overdue anyhow. We managed to get them done just in time. They are on their way to kill us. Now we are setting up a little bit of an ambush. I'm hoping that they actually get hit by our spike traps, but whether or not that's going to work, I have no idea. I'm actually going to set up Nelly and Shin here with myself out wide in the open, hoping to hit them with grenades. It would seem that they have encountered some insectoids, some mutated bugs on their way to fight with us, and they have been ambushed. This could be a good time to attack them, but I'm actually going to stay our ground up here. We're going to hold our ground, as by the time we get down here, they'll have killed most of the bugs, even though they will be injured. Oh, thank God for mutated beast of the wasteland. This person is dead. We actually might have been able to come down here and finish... Oh, no, and of course not. Oh, they're going to finish off the hive. Well, you are fools for doing that, my friends, because we will now be able to easily kill you. Or at least maim you and mutilate you and down to the point that we could kill you. These two are very badly injured, being cut and bruised all to hell. Same with this lady, or guy, I guess. Sharp, on the other hand, with his great big armor and bionics, is barely all that injured. Now, if we're lucky, we might be able to time a good grenade throw to hit him. How about he might hit some of those traps now? Go, go, go. Alright, swap to the pistol, and we are running inside. I am not going to take him on head-on, because that would be a death sentence. Oh, and we still missed, though. The grenade still missed. Alright, everybody inside. Go, go, go. If we're fast enough, the door might close in time. Stand right here and blast him. We're gonna have to keep shooting him to keep him back from the door so it can close. Oh, man. He's getting... pretty close. Come on, come on. Shut, shut, shut. Oh, please, come on. Come on, door, please. Oh, God. Oh, God, come on. Oh, God. Alright, he's in. He's in here. Damn. Yeah, we're just gonna have to fight him now. I didn't want to have to do that, but... thinking the utilitron could keep him distracted. As badly as I don't want to, these frag grenades might be our saving grace. Oh, that's right on top of the utilitron, though. Sorry, buddy. I had to. Oh, no. I'm so sorry, pal. All right, everybody move. Get back outside. Go, go, go. Get away from him. Immediately get away from him. Headshots are great if we could keep those going. Oh, no. We need to move. Oh, we took that person down. That raider. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Be careful, be careful. Another... oh, all right. Well, put out this fire. I don't need a great big fire to have to deal with. He's awful slow right now, so we might be fine. Okay. Come up this way. Absolutely diabolically strong, I might add. We got another headshot in. He'll be dead in 10 hours. This person, Hank, because we've killed all the other people. This might seem like a dumb thing to do, but Hank here does seem to be a pure human, so we could capture Hank as our prisoner. Grab Hank, come up this way, and we're going to start tending to him immediately. All the while, we're going to be blasting Sharp and hopefully killing him. I just don't want Hank around him, but I don't want Hank to bleed out either. This could be a good time for a grenade. Throw it here. And now... oh, okay. Whoa, no, 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 no. It's gonna happen anyways. Dang it. We almost destroyed that recharger rifle. Sharp is alive, though. I am recording this right now, this clip that you're seeing. Start tending to him. Before the first episode has went live, and I bring that up because I've yet to see what your opinions are on us keeping slaves. We will be capturing Sharp, and then I'll see your opinions in the comment section on the first episode, and then I'll make my decision. Sorry to break the fourth wall on you. Looks like we have Hank, though, who is doing pretty well. He's very injured, but I don't think he's going to die on us. Now, the interesting thing about Sharp, though, even if we don't keep slaves, we could, theoretically, with enough medicine, take some of these bionics from him to fix up our own soldiers. That could be something interesting to do. Everyone else, though, Raider-wise, I think is dead. Our Utilitron is actually not dead. I thought for sure the little guy would die, although he lost his right leg and his right mechanical claw. He's very damaged, but he is alive. Wow, he's a real little trooper, huh? We need to do some repairs to him. Okay, but we also have some weaponry, so we got 369 caps from that. We have a 12.7 millimeter SMG steel machete, a recharger rifle. First energy weapon featuring a microfusion breeder. It replenishes its ammunition automatically. No reloading, so it shoots much faster. And we also, of course, holy shit, U.S. Army Winter T60 power armor. Worn by a filthy ghoul, but still, one of us could wear it. We do need to kind of set up teams of people who will be going out into the wasteland and doing adventuring. Nellie has a really good shooting skill, so I think she would probably be more fit for that, at least at the moment, until we get a true adventurer who can take on that role. I was desperately hoping that this would close in time and we wouldn't have to deal with Sharp, but I guess that wasn't the case. Anyhow though, new weapons, new armor, brand spanking new armor, caps, we've got it all, and a new potential vault person, if we can get them recruited. Hank, being a pure human, what are you doing with these filthy, damned raiders? The wasteland has put some horrible ideas in your head, son. We also need to go about deconstructing old pre-war chunks to get some resources. We'll also collect these weapons down here. And since the mutated gigantic bugs are not a problem anymore, we'll go ahead and harvest their jelly too. It's a very good thing they went down there to attack those bugs first. I'm glad that they got intercepted or a bit occupied with them. We do need as well, I don't think we have one yet, a corpse pile, and we're going to take that off the home zone. Not that you asked for it, but a little pro tip for you. Take that off the home zone, otherwise your people will try to go up there and clean, and if that happens, they'll constantly see corpses, they'll get rot, the lung rot in their lungs. It's all a horrible ordeal. I do need to figure out where we're going to be putting people, though. We could toss Sharp and Hank in the spare room that we have here. So we'll go ahead and capture Hank and Sharp, and we'll get them both inside. We'll start working on recruiting Hank, and as for Sharp, we'll figure something out. We also want to strip Hank, though, because he has some decent armor, looks like. Now, I'm not really interested in, like, the Blastmaster armor, although we could use it for adventurers, so maybe we will keep it. Stuff like the modular combat armor helmet, though, would be quite useful. I'd actually give that to Nellie as we speak, as well as the waist leather backpack. Now, backpacks are great, and I've went over this in a few of my Fallout series, but they actually increase your carrying capacity by plus 40 kilograms, which is amazing, so that's something we should look into doing for all of our people who are going to be out in the wasteland as well. My father seems to be wearing the power armor. That's okay for now, I guess. Alright though, we are going to get everything cleaned up. We're going to attend to our utilitron, and we are going to start talking to our guest here. And we are going to continue expanding our vault and building our utopia. Don't worry though, my little friend. As I mentioned, we will get you repaired right away, because we won't have a utopia without our little workers, now will we? That's right, little buddy. Suck up all the juice you can, because we have a great big project ahead of us, as you can see. We're going to be moving a lot of stone, a lot of mountain to the western part of the city, where we're going to be expanding to this time. We're going to be moving so much, in fact, I thought it might be a good idea for us to go ahead and start assembling yet another utilitron to help us, as well as Utilitron 1 out. We came awful close to digging a little too close to the edge, which would have caused me to not be able to cover up the massive tunnel that we had made without dev mode. As you can see here, my planning line that I had made to avoid that from happening, of course. We could have compromised our whole damn vault with that one little mistake, as this also would have meant raids could come from this area if they were to dig their own tunnel. Thankfully, none of it happened, though. And with all the new space that we're digging out, we decided to work on a prison first and foremost. As in the very near future, we hope to capture quite a few more pure humans to add to our community if possible. A nicer and more proper prison will also help us with recruiting Hank much faster as well. You may notice that I did take out the main doors to both of the larger cells for our 4 prisoners on either side. The reason for this is so that they can all share the same area, and they can all come out into their little cantina here to eat anytime that they so choose. This does increase the chance that they might all plot against us and have a great big escape, but we'll deal with that if it comes. And then after that, we're going to be working on the residential portion of the city once more, adding in 2 new little houses. Now, I don't want these areas to just be these square or rectangular houses. I actually want to add in some stuff that you might see throughout a city, like a nice little patio garden area, which is what we're going to be working on here in front of these 2 new houses. Funny enough, I really only did research into advanced lighting so that I could build outdoor lamps for this area. But, apparently they cannot be placed under a roof because they're too tall, which is a shame. Not to worry though, as I had another plan. Thanks to another mod that we have as part of the mod list, which you can find in the video description of every video if you would be interested in that, we were able to build some other outdoor lamps that only cost us a few caps. Now this is a community patio area to enjoy nature, or what little nature we have in the vault at the moment. And to be honest with you, I think this area really encompasses the vibe and feeling I want for our community as a whole. That old world charm and dapper swagger, as the old-timers used to say. Not only is it great for sitting around with good company, but it's also the perfect place for a good old heart-to-heart with my daddy to find out why he abandoned me as a small boy. Okay, Dad, you had better start convincing me why you get to stick around. Well, while me and Daddy are having ourselves a little heart-to-heart, it would seem that Hank has joined us. It's about damn time you learned to be on the right side of history, buddy. We are rebuilding America, one under the mountain city at a time. Welcome aboard. Yes, of course you get your razor again, just don't cut anybody. Hank here is pretty good at shooting, and that's really about it. Although he can learn crafting, and he can also help us with research, so that's why he's very important. He's also a pure human. You don't come across too many of them. Now then, with that recruitment out of the way, it's time for a bit more expansion. This time around, just under our great big stone cutting workshop, we are going to be building an even, well, maybe not as big of a storage room, but still a decent sized one. One that will be perfect for all of the workshop materials, resources, and anything and everything else that we plan on storing here. Yet another addition onto the industrial part of the vault. Our expanding has been amazing and expeditious, but the growth of our populace? Not so much, I'm afraid. Not to worry, as I always have a plan. Non-lethal weapon research, the perfect project for helping us acquire more vault dwellers, without slaughtering them like the common Brahmin. As I mentioned, you really don't run across all that many pure humans, but when you do, if they're raiders and they're trying to kill you, you normally end up putting a bullet between their eyes. With non-lethal weapons like dart guns, that is no longer the case. We'll be able to subdue them, take them back home safely, and recruit them as proper vault-dwelling folk. However, this research does require the prerequisite of gunsmithing, as you might imagine, and we haven't even begun researching machining. So, that is going to be our current project, and we are going to be headed straight for non-lethal weapons. And I'm even going to be taking Nellie off of research duty, as she, in the power armor that we acquired from Sharp, and the combat armor helmet that we acquired from Hank, is going to be going out into the wasteland to find us a few more materials and resources that we require. Godspeed, our little adventurer, Godspeed. I thought Nellie would also be perfect for this job, since she was also previously a raider, and quite the wasteland adventurer, it would seem. And because she's the only one of us with a decent shooting and melee stat, we are going to be sending her off a little bit to the southwest at an ancient chem fuel refinery. Now, I realize that initial viewing, it doesn't look all that promising, but we're not after what's on the outside, necessarily. We're more of looking for what's on the inside. Places like these have stood the test of time since the old world, and that normally means that many raiders haven't been able to get inside. Whether that's the case here or not has yet to be seen, since the skeletons seem to still have their old raggedy armor, and there is an assault rifle here. Something tells me that raiders have not come through the area, but I think I'll be taking that rifle for myself. So we have the refinery oh, I already hear things. I hear guns going off in there. Probably not the best sign. There's a good chance there might be some raiders. Let's eat our... Oh, actually, it sounds like a robot of sorts. It sounds like melee combat. We gotta be careful. I don't see anything around here, but... Let's go ahead and go in. Whoa, what is... Okay, so we got Protectrons. Is that a raider? Oh, ow, 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 ow. Move, move, move. Hold it open. Go, go, go. Stupid Protectron. Gee, is that a Protectron? Yes. It has a shotgun. This will allow us to shoot at it easier. I don't know why that won't stay open. That's okay. How about this? You dirty bastard. Move, 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 and we are good. Is this a raider? Oh, Scaria infected. Is this a... Oh, I think these are ghouls. Feral ghouls. That makes sense, because they have a Scaria infection, so they basically are like zombies. Yeah, I think these are feral ghouls. That makes more sense. We have a little bit of gold, we have some uranium, and we have yum yum deviled eggs right here in the hallway, okay? I hear electricity down here. Let's hold this open. Oh, whoa, careful! Oh, that might be bad. What's going on in here? Got a lot of chem fuel. We've got... Two? Are you feral? This one's using a knife. Yes, they are both feral ghouls, which is interesting because this one's using a weapon. Not exactly what I would expect. We've got the refineries here. I think this is what's making the noise. We've got dead soldiers. Ooh, and we can open a crate. Anything else? We've got plenty of mining charges. Oh, we do have some canisters for fuel, though, that we can also take back with us, along with these. Assuming this bullet, which is trailing... Oh my god, be careful. Okay, stop. We have to be very careful, because if we set off one of these charges... See if we can lead him into the hallway. If we set off one of these charges, basically the whole place is going to blow. And I don't want that to happen. This new assault rifle is pretty darn good, though. Much better than the pipe one that we were using. Oh, and you dropped something. A pipe revolver. Now, feral ghouls are worse than other ghouls. Just as irradiated, well actually more so irradiated, but just as disgusting and unpure, unclean is what I meant to say. There we go. And I don't hear any other Protectrons, but there is a gun going off somewhere, so maybe... Oh, this one is back up. I'm gonna try to kill these ghouls, and that way we'll be clear to go about finding stuff in here. Oh, here we go. Okay, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Let's finish you off. I don't need you getting back up and attacking me. A quick little blade in the brainstem. Can I shut these machines down? Okay, so I stopped them from making so much damn noise now. They're still offline. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, something's attacking that... Oh, a door. Feral ghoul. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Move, move, move. Get away from me, you disgusting creature. We gotta be careful with melee combat, but I'm going to attempt it. We are wearing power armor. There it is. Finish him off. There we go. Alright. Moving right along. There's another one in here. A dead one. We have a dead person. I'm gonna come in here and finish him off. Oh, wait, 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 though. There's ancient unstable fuel nodes. We have to be very careful about coming near those. I do want those caps, though, if I can help it. Let's pick those up. Okay. I'm gonna kill the feral ghoul so he too does not set these off. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't already. The only other thing in here though are the chem fuel canisters. I don't see anything else. Not that chem fuel isn't useful, it is. And it's something I'd like to have, but I'd like to also maybe find something else. Very careful. Tiptoe, tiptoe. We've got 2 more rooms here. Okay. Protectron. And we have medicine pallet and meals. Okay. Let's take cover here so we can shoot at the Protectron. I think we can use grenades without blowing anything up. They should be empty. Yeah, that was pretty good. Grenades are a godsend in this. Oh, shit. We got a headshot. He got a headshot on us. Let's kill this dirty bastard first. He's really taking these grenades. There we go. Damn. A scattered gun shot right to the face, but thankfully you are a-okay. Yeah, let's tend to ourselves. Yeah, that is not good. Get that tended to, and then I guess we'll crack some of this stuff open, but first I'm gonna check this room. There could be more feral ghouls or protectrons in there. Alrighty, let's see what's in here. Nothing. Oh, advanced components and normal components. Now we're talking. I think that's the only thing that we can open in here. Dang, 3 advanced components and 4 normal components. Let's go ahead and open up these survival crates. So 13 survival meals and 17 medicine, just normal medicine, which is pretty darn good. We also have plasteel, 34 plasteel from the protectrons, I think. That's not too bad. Oh yes, we still have this container I wanted to check out. Got a couple more soldiers in here, ancient soldiers looks like, with a 10mm pistol. What's in this? Whoa! A Masterwork Unique SMG. SMG of Justice. That's very American Army of the time. This weapon is engraved with a depiction of 10 eggplants. A willow tree in the upper part of the image seems to symbolize fellowship. The work is executed in a blocky style. Okay, well, it is masterwork. The art might not be for us, or for everyone, but that's still pretty cool, I guess. Alright, so, that being done, I'm gonna use that, by the way, SMG. That's pretty darn good SMG. Let's go ahead and start opening up these containers. Now, the real question is, how much of this can we fit into the backpack? I really don't know. There are a lot of chunks around here that could be deconstructed for components. The steel, too, would be great, but we'll never be able to carry all that back with us. I could stay here and wait for backup to come to try to help me get some of this stuff. You know what? Before we open these containers, I'm going to break a hole in the wall, and the reason for that is because when these inevitably go off at some point, I want to ensure that there's a great big hole in the wall to stop us from burning to death. Let's go ahead and open them and see if that happens, because it will probably happen at some point. Not yet. We can deconstruct these. I wish so desperately after we claim these that we could take them back home with us, but oh well. I'll start deconstructing these, that way they don't have the opportunity to blow up on us. And then I'll open up more of these canisters for chem fuel. I'll see how much of this I can carry back, and I might end up setting up camp here, though, waiting on the others to arrive with some backpacks. I think we should have plenty enough cloth back at the base for backpacks, because look how many chunks are there on this? 12. I think what, they give you... God, I can't remember. 2 components per, so that's about 24 components or so, assuming we get 2 perfectly on every single one, which is not too bad. Now, something else worth mentioning, well, we don't currently have washing machines, but we could pretty easily get washing machines. I don't know. We always have the opportunity for more armor. I was going to say to strip some of these ancient corpses and get that combat armor, but is it really worth it? Yeah, let's check out and see how much of this we can actually carry home, though. You know what? Surprisingly, we can actually carry much more than I initially thought, although I haven't thrown in the food supplies and medicine, but oh, now I'm too heavy. So, oh shit, I'm way too heavy, okay. So with food, medicine, everything here, plasteel, uranium, advanced components, caps, everything, weapons, not even the switchblades though, the gold, and 5 mining charges, we are able to carry 26 chem fuel out of 740. Damn. And I'd even like to bring these protectrons back with us, because I think, and if I don't, I'll add it to the mod list because I meant to, we should have a mod that allows us to resurrect them. So that would be great to bring them back with us as well. We are going to need some assistance though, so I think I'm going to throw together some backpacks for probably my father and Hank, and I'll send them out in the wasteland as the overseer, of course, my executive decision. So let's go ahead and work on that real quick. Before we send them out though, obviously, we want to go about making them some backpacks so that their carrying capacity is increased significantly. We're actually going to be doing some military bags. They require some additional resources like 20 steel per backpack, but that's quite alright as they increase the carrying capacity by 175 kilograms. Yeah, let that sink in. quite a bit of weight, huh? My father, in his amazing crafting skill, would immediately begin whipping up a couple of these backpacks so that he and Hank could throw them on their shoulders and head on down towards the refinery. The journey would take a few days, as we well know, during which time we would end up finishing the research into machining and immediately started working on researching gunsmithing. It was going a little bit slow since it was just me working on it because everybody's gone doing the hard and dangerous work, but that's okay. In the meantime, Nellie, while waiting on the others to arrive, would immediately start deconstructing all of the ship chunks, the biofuel refineries, and other things. That way we could get all of the components that we could to take back with us. More bang for our buck, if you will. As we were tearing things apart for its components, those eventually, our caravan had arrived. It was finally time for the three of us to pack everything up into our backpacks and get the hell out of here before somebody finds us. Well, those three have really been doing us a big service this episode. Not only a service to our city, but to the United States of America as a whole, am I right? And best of all, I'm back home, safe and sound. Oh, great. Looks like we have more raiders coming to try to kill us. And best of all, they severely outnumber us because, well, it's just me. Well, Sharp, you irradiated dirty freak of nature, looks like the rescue wagon has arrived for you. As these rambunctious raiders made their grand approach, I began weighing my options. We're outnumbered, outgunned. What do we do? Listen, this might be a bit of a long shot. It might be a little bit crazy, but just try to stick with me here, okay? I've got a plan. Okay, I'm gonna go to the door, and I'm gonna lock my door. I'm inside of a vault. Why would I'll be fine. I highly doubt these dumb bastards have anything that could get them past that vault door. Worst case scenario, they might start beating on the walls, but I think we should be able to handle this. Told you we'd be fine, see? Indestructible. Sort of. They were far too busy accidentally blowing themselves up to notice that I was repairing the wall from the inside, and there was absolutely zero chance of them getting through. Luckily, they started bleeding out and freezing, so that was that. With the majority of their members lying out on the cold, hard, snowy ground about to die, the last guy ended up leaving. I think this was the guy throwing the dynamite. Now, one of these raiders was a pure human with some decent skills, so you already know we're going to capture them. The others were going to freeze to death after we ripped their clothing off of them. That way we could keep it from being tainted, as we'd like to recycle it into something more useful. Now they're going to freeze to death. Sharp, wake up, pal. Your rescue party has arrived. Here we are. I suppose you two already know each other, huh? We now have a new potential vault dweller. And as if things couldn't get any better, our little caravan of adventurers had finally returned home shortly thereafter, immediately going into the storage room to empty out everything that they had acquired on their travels. And it was thanks to their efforts and these resources we were able to build ourselves yet another atomic reactor. 2 for 2, baby. But nuclear fusion wasn't the oddest thing that we had been dabbling in. Apparently, Hank decided to pursue Nellie by making fun of her pubic hair. Yeah, what the I don't even... Perhaps the worst part of all, it apparently wooed her. Well, long nights in the lab, I guess you, I guess you show each other that type of stuff. You know what? Hell yeah. Good for you two. I'm glad that you're together. We built them a double bed, and now they're happily in love. Weirdos. I must say, though, my friends, as this episode is coming to a close, we have quite a little vault city in the works here. In the making, as one might even say. And yet, we do not have a name for it, for this region, or for ourselves. Until now, we as a people and as a faction will be known as the United Vaults of America, and the region in which our home is will be known as Haven Point. These wonderful name suggestions come from our friends Lord Kal-El and the Iron Bull. One of them apparently randomly generated, and the other one, of course, more suited to our patriotic themes. Although I like Haven Point as well, simply because we're right in between the mountains here. Mountains are pointed I don't know. Looks like you guys like it too, though. That being said, though, it doesn't exactly give us a number for our vault, now does it? If you guys would like to provide that in the comment section down below as well, with a good explanation or some lore as to why our vault is called that, canon or non-canon, I'd love to see those suggestions as well. Now then, before we end, we did finish up the research into gunsmithing, meaning that the last thing we have to do now is research some non-lethal weapons. That way we can start really getting our population increased. But my friends, I'm afraid that will be next episode. I will see you next time. Ah, the wasteland. Once thrummed with a life shaped by concrete and steel, now, centuries after the Great War, it has returned to a harsher, older rhythm. The air hangs heavy with dust and snow, and perhaps worst of all, radiation. I can't say the same for our vault, though, as it is the perfect utopia. Or it will be soon. Howdy, the name is Ezra, and I am the overseer around here. And this is Utilitron 1. We haven't given him a proper name yet, but he is one of 2 Utilitrons who are helping us dig out our vault. Our perfect utopia in the making under the mountain. A little slice of the pre-war heaven that was before us. Built by and indulged upon by our pre-war precursors, our ancestors, the pure humans of America. You see, we are currently facing a bit of an issue though, as it is winter in the wasteland, which means the temperatures are dropping, and they are dropping fast. Why would this affect the vault, you might ask? Well, being under a mountain does protect us somewhat from the freezing temperatures, but it's still rather uncomfortable in the city under the mountain at the moment, and so we are going to be indulging a bit in some nice, big, Vault-Tech-approved industrial heaters to heat our entire city to a perfect and consistent 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Because a utopia doesn't just mean surviving, it also means thriving, to the point that all pure humans will want to join our city and to become a part of our community and society. There we go. Now that is much better and sure to attract those in the upper echelons of the Enclave and other pure patriotic societies who are looking for new homes. Now that we've taken care of ourselves, I suppose we should take care of our prisoners a bit as well, and possible prisoners that we'll have in the future. I had completely forgotten to build them a proper bathroom last time, so that's what we're going to be working on at the moment. Now I know what you're thinking, but Overseer Ezra, does Sharp the Filthy Ghoul really need a bathroom? No, probably not. But any future pure humans that we capture and attempt to recruit definitely will. You have to think about that. We have to keep in mind that on occasion, even the lowliest raider still has pure human genetics. And as unfortunate as that is, in the fact that their cultural norms do not align with our own, we can always rehabilitate them, as long as they're a pure human, of course. Such as our friend Cassie here, who was actually part of Sharp's gang of raiders, and who has recently been rehabilitated. Welcome to a proper, functioning society, Cassie. I think you're going to like it here. I think you're going to like it here a lot. Yes, feel free to equip whatever you wish. Just make sure you put on your pretty blue vault suit. That's what everyone's going to be wearing until we get some official pre-war outfits created. Now, sticking with how wonderful it is to live in a vault, we have 2 of our vault dwellers, Hank and Nellie, who are now engaged. Hank apparently popped the question to her. Do you see that in the wasteland often? Probably, but one of them would almost definitely get eaten by a gulper or a deathclaw or some other horrific monster before the wedding actually takes place. And that will not be the case here. Congratulations, you couple of absolute weirdos. Aha! And it would seem that we have finished up our research into non-lethal weapons. These types of weapons will actually help us with capturing humans to join our vault without murdering them, yeah. The types of weapons that we will be making first and foremost are going to be some stun guns and security batons. These would actually be perfect weapons for our Vault-Tech security force, just in general. But of course, we are going to need some proper armor to go along with it. So, in the meantime, as we are working on some stun guns, we're going to begin working on our next research project, which is Vault-Tec synthread production, which will allow us to create our own sets of Vault-Tec security armor, of course, a nice helmet, a vest, so on and so on. However, as we well know, this research will take time, and a lot of it at that. So, in the meantime, how about we go about expanding the Vault City a bit more? Currently, we are going to be mining out a very small section of the city that's going to just kind of be squared up with our other residential area as well as our diner, at least in terms of its shape, I suppose. And we're just going to be adding in 2 new houses for any potential dwellers in the future. Nothing too fancy, of course. Although, I will say, it looks pretty darn good and very fitting among our little patio area that we built in the city last episode as well. A nice little kind of concrete park for people to eat at and enjoy each other's company and blah 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 blah. But you don't care about that, you want to see something interesting. Well, my friends, we are going to... Well, looks like we're going to be fighting off raiders. Ah, the rusted executors. How not creative. I must say, my initial impressions of this sorry outfit of murderers is none too impressed. Although there is definitely reason to be cautious, as they have 2 wild mongrel dogs who actually appear to be quite buff, as well as a filthy, irradiated mutant. We obviously have a couple of these stun guns finally finished, the taser guns, but I don't know if we'll have the opportunity to use them on these raiders. I think I'm just going to murder them all. There's probably some pure humans in here somewhere. I'll have to check. I would guess that some of them are, though. They normally have at least a couple with them, but the thing is, I mean, look at the, you know, we're going to have to kill them. I think that trying to capture them could result in many of us getting injured, and I would prefer that that did not happen. Let's go ahead. Can we open fire? There we go. If we can start killing some of these freaks. Okay, move. Grenades. Oh, no. Okay. I'm trying not to... maybe we should go in. I don't want to die here. Where is our second utilitron? Oh, you're recharging. Okay. I'm gonna bring the utilitrons here to the entrance. We're all gonna start fighting. We need to take cover, though, if we're going to fight. Okay, we'll take cover by the door. I'll have Cassie, and I might even have Shin, my father, be right here. And I'll have Nelly attacking them from here. The vault door has incredible health, so it'll be fine. Oh, we do have this mutant, though, we need to be careful about. Alright, we need... I'm gonna have my father come back and maybe take cover here. Yes, perfect. So he can actually shoot from there. Oh, there we go. Alright. Let's chase them down with Nelly, as she has some incredible power armor, of course. Oh, our solar panel. They knocked it offline. Okay, I don't think we have... yeah, we don't have any of them surviving, which is... okay, I guess we should have expected that. We are going to be eating some mongrel dog this evening, it would seem. Let's go ahead and finish off the next one. Yeah, we don't even have any people to take, but we do have a decent bit of caps and some more shabby, shitty weapons. And some also not-so-shabby shitty weapons, like frag grenades. Yeah, we'll be making some mongrel dog parfait this evening, or stew. H&H nail gun, that's pretty good, I guess. I suppose. I'd rather have a nice automatic rifle, but that'll do for now. Yeah, so mostly scrap weaponry. That's alright, though. Not much to expect there. We did get some caps, which would be good for trading. I think that is about it. Rather quick battle. I thought that might take longer. Something I was thinking of doing was using some of these mining charges to set up a trap right around this area for the next time we end up having some more raiders. That could be something that we start planning out right now. I think we'd have to have them pretty close to do a big chain explosion, but we've had these in storage for a few weeks now, I think. Might as well use them. I'll go ahead and kind of place them like this, a small little line, and hopefully they detonate each other. It might be useful to us, it also might not, but we'll see. We're gonna replenish our spike traps. I want to get to the point, though, I'm going to be honest with you, that we don't even have to worry about raids anymore, right? I want to do some of these. We have one, I think, here. The exterior vault plating. And I want to have that where we could just line the entire, probably inside here, of the mountain. Maybe kind of make it a bit more uniform looking, but that's, I think, our biggest goal today is going to be using that exterior plating so we can lock our vault door and not have to worry about anything like people attacking us. It's a pretty ambitious goal, but I mean, it's a goal nonetheless for a vault city. Of course, we need it to be as safe as possible. And how much more safe could you really get, especially in RimWorld, or also the Wasteland, of course, by or than just shutting your doors and not worrying about the problem or the attackers anymore. I think that's the way to go. That would be ideal for every community. But we are going to finish up our traps. We'll start moving our mining chargers. Most importantly, we're going to continue working on some of these stun weapons and stuff. I think we're out of components, which we should have some to mine. We're also having a party. Oh, to celebrate our grand victory here once more. Gonna have us a little soiree here in the diner. Oh boy, oh boy. We should probably move the dyes and stuff out of here as well, but it's not too much of a concern. I'll leave the herbal medicine though, actually, because I want it going bad. We need a proper hospital. We need a lot of things, but we're gonna work on them this episode. Of course. We also need to work on a new growing area. So much to do. Such as continuing to shape up one of our greenhouse rooms where we're going to be growing plenty of crops for the entire populace of our city. Which is what we were going to do before we were rudely interrupted. Funny enough, though, this room is not going to be for edible crops, as we are going to be growing plenty of cotton. That way we can harvest plenty of cloth, as many of life's modern amenities and comforts require cloth to be built. And it would also be a great resource for us to use for vault suits as well. However, its main purpose will almost definitely be used in our new research of synthread production, as it is one of the required ingredients along with steel and chem fuel. Since it does require plenty of chem fuel, we're also going to start researching biofuel refining. That way we can start refining our very own fuel. In the meantime, as our laboratory is being used for this research, we are going to continue working on and finishing our greenhouses down here in the southern part of the vault, adding in 2 additional ones along with the 2 that we currently already have. These 2 are actually going to be for specifically food, though. In the process of doing so, we finished up biofuel refining, and then I noticed we were once again having power issues. I apologize, I've been going back and forth on building these reactors over and over again, and I'm sure you guys are getting sick of it, so today we are truly going to fix that problem. Until it probably arises again. Hopefully not, though. Obviously, to alleviate this problem, we're just going to build a couple more reactors, and to do so, we require more resources. Mostly plasteel. That's the biggest limiting factor that we have, as we can't really find much of it around here unless we're doing trading. So we're just going to be buying some. For the time being, until we get the plasteel, though, we're going to build a couple more solar panels. I think this should be able to hold us over, and we'll just turn off a few unnecessary devices until then. The biggest thing that we need to worry about is ensuring that we can keep the lights on in the vault. Being able to see is important for day-to-day operations, but especially at the moment, because as you can see, we are performing the most grand and massive mining operation to date to expand our city, specifically the residential part of it. During this mining project, we also found plenty of uranium ore, which was absolutely perfect because now we don't have to worry about purchasing any more to keep our vault and power fueled for, well, probably the next few foreseeable years. Which really adds to my rhetoric of us being self-sufficient and how I want us to be self-sufficient here in the vault. I would like to have a community that if we were to close the door and seal it forever, we could actually live under the mountain here in the city with no outside help. That is the long-term goal. Sometime later, Nellie as well as Cassie had finally returned home with that plasteel, and we started building more of our reactors. Now, we shouldn't have any trouble at all keeping all of our sun lamps on in the greenhouse, growing all the crops that we like. Two of the newest that will be growing are eggplants and cabbage. For you see, we require a grand variety of foods so that we may make fine and lavish meals for our people, but also so that we can use some of the abundant piles of crops to go about making our own fuel, as we had talked about. Speaking of which, with us getting more food in, we also need to expand our diner. Not only that way we can store more food, but obviously, of course, that way we can have additional eating room out in the diner itself for more people who eventually we hope to have. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I think it looks like a decent pre-war diner, or at least the best that you might be able to build in a cave under the mountain. I do worry that it doesn't really give off that suburban American feel, so we're going to be taking care of all this concrete a little bit later on, but for now it works. As we were working on building our biofuel refiner, I stumbled upon this massive pile of chem fuel that I somehow forgot that we had in storage, even though we went to the ancient refiner last episode and got all of it. It was a pretty big deal. Anyways, we could have made synthread this entire time, I just had completely forgot about it. That's okay though, because we need the refiner anyway. I would immediately have my father Shin work on synthesizing as much synthread as possible. That way we could immediately start using said synthread to go about building and crafting some Vault-Tec security armor. We made a couple complete sets and ended up giving them to Cassie as well as Hank, our two first members of the security team. Not only for here, but they'll also be tagging along with Nellie on any future missions that they are needed on, especially on missions where the non-lethal approach is going to be required. However, before we send them out on one of those missions to collect us some pure humans to convert into vault dwellers, we're going to be finishing up the residential district here. Or at least as much as we can at the moment, as we need a bit more steel, but we ended up building the frames of the housing for everyone, and you'll notice here in the middle, we actually built something that may resemble something of a recreation area, or perhaps a facility. What could it be? What could it be? Well, I think you'll be quite surprised with what we end up turning it into, but first we require the research into terrain rehabilitation, allowing us to place soil anywhere we so choose. I think you might see where I'm going with this. But if you don't, you're gonna have to wait until we finish up building all of these brand new slate shelves in our storage room. Just making sure that we have plenty of storage for the foreseeable future as we continue the research into terrain rehabilitation, which we would end up finishing shortly thereafter. Now it's time to reveal my grand surprise, which isn't all that grand, or most likely that much of a surprise, but we're going to be turning the centered area of the city into a park for all of our residents. We are going to be first layering the stone with a bit of soil, allowing us to plant some Vault-Tec approved synthetic grass. I would plant the real deal, but as you could guess, it's quite hard to find around these parts, or in general, for the last 200 years. Besides, it's not like our vault dwellers are going to know anyhow. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, although I think we need to have something of a council meeting with all of our people, my father, Nellie, you know, the whole shebang, to decide how we want to actually build the park and what things we want to place there. A merry-go-round, a swing for children, or maybe an outside bar for the adults, you know what I mean? This type of planning can take a while. Luckily, it would seem that we have a caravan from the Enclave that was looking to do business with us. Yes! Finally! I spoke with their commanding officer, and he let me know that they were looking for some true red-blooded Americans to give them some cloth. Luckily, we had just grown a whole bunch of it, and in exchange, they would provide us with some steel. Sir, I gotta tell you, I'm a big fan. Big fan. I'm very excited to do trade with the Enclave. I must say, it's truly an honor. God bless America. And, you know, if you maybe want to be, like, best friend... okay, I'll see you later. He'll be back. Probably. Anyways, we're going to be scrounging up all the steel that we have left around the map, and that, along with what we got from the Enclave, would allow us to start building some of those exterior walls on the outside of our vault, as we had previously discussed way earlier in the video. These types of walls make it damn near impossible for any intruders to break through and to come in. The only issue was that every single exterior wall per wall cost 200 steel apiece. So, as you could imagine, we basically used up all the steel that we had, but we did get it done. And now, without our vault, our home, our city, and all those who do reside within and will reside within in the future will be completely safe from any exterior threats. It would take an entire army to burst through that door or any of the walls. We have finally achieved the peak of safety in the wasteland. A fortified city like none other. Not only are secure walls, but a plethora and overabundance of different food varieties, as well as many new potential homes. In my opinion, this means that we are finally ready to go out and to collect new vault dwellers. Indeed, it is time that we finally venture into the waste once more to find pure humans for the city. We'll be sending 3 of our fine dwellers ourselves to do this little operation. Hank and Cassie, mostly equipped with security batons and stun guns, will be taking the non-lethal approach to capturing people. Nellie will also be tagging along just in case there is a need for the lethal approach. We're going to be sending them out into the wasteland just a few clicks to the east. Word has it that there's an ancient launch site there from the pre-war days with some type of raider gang hole up. Whether or not they're still actually there, though, remains to be seen. Of course, this journey is going to take a while, so in the meantime, while we await the arrival of our adventurers, we have had Sharp in custody for quite some time, and it seems you fine folks would like for us to integrate him into our society. Forcefully, of course. Quite a few more of you people would like for me to kill him, which we shall definitely do, once he has exhausted his usefulness to us and to our society. However, I cannot enslave him just yet. Well, I guess I can, but let me show you what I mean. See, the issue is he has bionic arms and a spine, making him far too strong and dangerous to allow around our peaceful residence. We need to extract his arms at the very least first, but without arms he won't be very useful to us. Do you see the problem? So, of course, first things first, we need to acquire some prosthetic arms for this wrinkled, mutated freak. We should also really get a special outfit to hide his grotesque appearance from our vault dwellers. Maybe a bag over his head? No, that just won't do. We'll figure something out. As for right now, though, it would seem that Nellie and crew are about to arrive at this ancient launch site. Okie dokie, let's dive right on in. And here's hoping we find plenty of pure humans. Okay, so I'm gonna pause. We have indeed arrived at the ancient launch site, and yet I hear, what do we hear? We see a little bit of muzzle flash as well. It sounds like protectrons. Most of these ancient facilities are protected by protectrons, so that would make sense. I'm going to go ahead and equip everyone with their stun weaponry, so that we don't have any mistakes where we accidentally blast somebody between the eyes. Contrary to kind of what I touched on earlier when we were leaving, I did end up giving Nellie a stun gun as well. Although she does still have grenades and 3 separate automatic weapons just in case. But if there's any humans here, we do want to take them as humanely and not damaged as possible, of course. We've got the door claimed. We'll go ahead and let Nellie be the first to head inside. Absolute shootout happening. Okay. Oh, Raider Captain. I think that's is that a normal minigun? I don't think it is. It's definitely a minigun. NCR Ranger combat helmet and Raider power armor, as well as some jet. A bit concerning to say the least. Are you a pure human though? You are. So the Raider captain is a pure human, so is their cohort. We might have just stumbled into an amazing place. Okay. What are you shooting though? I don't see any protectrons, although we do hear them, of course. I'll have Nellie take the lead. Oh, whoa, we gotta be careful though. Oh, yeah. Stunned, baby, stunned. All right, come back in, actually, guys. This is really good. We've got them stunned. Let's see if we can keep blasting them. with our stun guns, and we'll let Nelly just kind of beat the shit out of him. Oh, we have a like a health bar for the Raider Captain here. That's really cool. Let's hope we don't accidentally end up hitting ourselves. If we could take the Raider Captain and Lynx here down with our bare hands, that would be ideal, obviously. I'm gonna drop Cassie's stun baton, and I'll pick it up myself, beat this person with it, so we can hopefully take them alive. Oh no, whoa, somebody's shooting at us. Oh, okay, so we got Protectron shooting at us. We did accidentally kill this person. We need to be careful here. Are they shooting at us? Because they don't look like they're, well, I don't know. If they aren't, they're about to hit us. I think they're shooting at her. Ah, stupid robots. Okay, let's shoot them, because they're trying to kill her, and we need her. I wish we could EMP it. Oh, perfect. So she is alive. Stop shooting the Protectrons. She's alive. I am immediately. First things first, stripping her and tending to her. Got her without killing her, which is good. Are they shooting at us? No. Okay, I thought not. They don't seem to be hostile. At least not towards us. We need to prep so that we can see if there are any more people in here. I doubt we would find a Raider Captain, and there wouldn't be anyone else. The place does seem pretty devoid of life, though, for the most part. We've got 438 caps. We have that Raider power armor. Now, we're not going to be using that because Vault Dwellers. I mean, we might on the outside, but not on the inside. The minigun, the helmet, stuff like that. Cassie is going to be the best to go about tending to her. Nelly, keep that stun baton. We don't want you murdering anybody. Unless they're not a pure human, of course. We're gonna head this way. Actually, let Nelly take the lead. Anybody in here? Yes, we have a person. Hello. Ooh, you are not a pure human. So, I think we're going to go weapons hot instead of using our tasers. Whoa, what is that? 38 hunting rifle. I would use grenades, but that would end up setting all this chem fuel off. You know what? Why don't we just do it anyway? Shit on it, right? Who cares? Okay, now leave. Now leave. Please go. Oh, what? Didn't set it off. I thought it would. Let's try again. That is going to set it off. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, though, because we could take all this fuel. That's probably a dumb idea. And we have a lot of jet. 1,350 jet. Okay, this was a bad idea, but it looks cool. It was a good idea in my head, but perhaps I shouldn't have done that. Can we do... I have to be careful, though, because it's very hot. I did set it as a home zone. I'm going to try to put the fire out. Deconstruct this wall. You deconstruct, actually. Hank's very slow. We're going to burn to death if not. Yeah, hurry, hurry, hurry. Whoa, what's going on here? Hey, 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 whoa! Oh shit, that's a Molotov. Carry the Raider Captain head outside. They threw a Molotov at us. Whoa, we've got more Raiders coming after us. No, 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 no. Okay, move, move. We did break that. Are you pure humans? You are not, and are you a Vault Dweller? What's with the blue and the yellow backpack? We've got a Vault suit and a Pip-Boy. This person might be a Vault Dweller. Oh, and you're a pure human. Probably a Vault Dweller. Non-lethal route? Shit on the jet, who cares? I mean, I wish I wouldn't have done that, but whatever. Let's see if we can get outside. Oh, careful though, careful. Are they trying to just run away, or... Okay, let's find out. Pure human, pure... Oh, both of them are... We have a lot of pure humans. They seem to be pretty common, at least among this pack of, raiders. Try to take them since they're pure humans. Oh, Raider Captain, stop that. Come back here. Don't you do that, you silly. Oh, wait. Don't... Oh, I accidentally killed one of them. I meant to use the stun gun. This is a hole. We are in shambles. Oh my god, Molotov, you bastard. Yeah, I'm really fudging this one. I don't know if I'm nervous or what, but I'm not doing so hot. Or, yeah, just, you know what, security baton this person so we could try to capture them. They're getting away. Yeah, okay, they're getting away. There's no time. That's fine. Let's see if we can stun them. And this Vault Dweller, though, oh, that's a shame. I was interested in what was going on there. Okay, so you're a pure human too. So we have 3 pure humans who need tended to. So let's deal with that. Raider Captain's in no immediate danger. So Good. Start looking around for anything useful. We have a dead raider, a stim pack, some jet. This is where those protectrons were. I need to make sure these two don't bleed out, though, as they are potential vault dwellers. Hello. You are not... Oh, wait. What was that? Oh, chem fuel. Oh. That's a yeah. That's just such a shame. I wasn't going to use any of the jet, but we could definitely... I mean, we could have if we really wanted to. But, we definitely could have sold it and made some money. This person is not a pure human, so obviously I have no interest in keeping you. Thank you for your service, and... goodbye. So, we've actually explored the entire place. We'll use some of these stim packs real quick. I've got us tended to, but they're not exactly great. That should help us kind of move along. Let's give another one to Hank, just because I know he could use it. Alright, but after this, we're going to get everybody packed up, and we're going to get the hell out of here. Let's let Hank use another. Okay, and Hank's actually fully healed. Oh, stim packs are amazing. We need to look into producing some ourselves. Did we lose... Damn, that fire, because I was so busy and not focused at all like an idiot. I think we lost that minigun. Damn it. Yeah, we did. We do have the armor, though, which is still pretty good, but we definitely lost the minigun. Damn. Sorry, guys. I was a little bit unfocused on this mission. I was super nervous for whatever reason. I don't... Too much caffeine or something, maybe. But, alright, let's get everybody loaded and we're gonna get out of here. And so, with yet another successful raid of an ancient facility under our belts, this time around taking back many a pure human with us to become potential vault dwellers, we started heading back home. As we were doing so, back home, we also started prepping all of our potential homes that were nothing but a shell and a husk of what they could be into actual residential housing. Oh my word salad, when simply all I really mean is that we ended up putting some beds, dressers, end tables, and a nice little plant pot in every single one of these houses, readying them for our new folks once we finally get them recruited, of course. Speaking of which, they would arrive shortly there sometime later. We immediately started taking all of our captives to the prison to sit around with Sharp. He must be quite tickled to finally have company once more, other than his reflection in the shiny floors. As we were doing this, though, the raider captain, now known as Buckingham, was attempting to attack us. She was a fighter till the very end. So much so, Casey was too damn nervous to hit her with the stun gun. Luckily, I came in from behind with a good right hook. Now that is the type of fighting spirit we could use here in the vault. Alright, somebody strap her down. No, seriously, that way she doesn't kill any of the other prisoners. Please. Before we wrap up today, though, we have a little bit more research to do, as we are going to begin researching modern furniture, which, of course, is going to give us many of the comforts of modern-day life, blah, blah, blah. You've heard me say it 1,000 times before, but that is our current research project, and as to why. As we were working in the laboratory on this research, though, we had a young traveler who was looking to get some medicine so that he could take it back to his injured brother. Oh, I'm sorry, little guy. That sounds Wait a minute, are you a pure human? That's it, you dirty little loiterer. Get your ass in here. We have some questions to ask you. Listen, kid, I gotta be honest with you. Your brother? Yeah, almost definitely dead. You know what? Yeah, he is dead, okay? You'll be a lot safer in here with us. Welcome aboard, little fella. Not to worry, we would never throw you in the cells with those monsters. They would eat you for dinner. No, like for real. I think some of them are cannibals. I know. You might think that it's cruel of me to kidnap a pure human child to turn into a vault dweller and force him to live in the greatest society ever in the wasteland. See how silly you sound? Look, his brother is almost definitely dead, though, like I mentioned. Rad scorpion stings are not for the faint of heart, especially not a wee little fellow. But, as we're working on recruiting all of our new potential vault dwellers, I want to mention that I have yet to give the vault a proper number, nor have I given it any reason as to why it would be numbered that. Many of you have already left your suggestions on the last video, but if you haven't yet and you'd like to, feel free to do it in this video. And I have also yet to choose any names for our 2 utilitrons, so if you're interested in that, feel free to leave those name suggestions in the comment section as well. Just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you. Now then, we finally finished our research into modern furniture, allowing us to create many of those modern modern, well, pieces of furniture. Our next research project's going to be basic electronics. Since we have our modern furniture completed, though, we're going to be building some lounge chairs right here in what is going to be our park. As you can see, I'm actually pretty happy with how it turned out. We even have some hedge borders for the outer part of it that is right next to the road. That way we can make sure any wandering children don't run right out into the middle of the road. Not that it matters yet, because we don't currently have any vehicles, yet being the key word, of course. We have a nice little zen fountain, we have some slides for them, and I think that this is about all we need here. I like the greenery look to it and how open it is for everyone to frolic and enjoy some pre-war proper nature. Speaking of this proper nature, though, I mentioned earlier on how I would end up taking care of the concrete jungle look that we have going on and replacing it with more of a suburbia look right around everyone's homes, so I ended up replacing the concrete with plenty of soil and grass and vegetation, and we even put ourselves a nice pretty little white picket fence up out in front. Let me know what you guys think would be some pretty good additions to add on to our residential parts of the city, but as for right now, I'm pretty content with how this looks. I think it really does encapsulate and capture that nice pre-war feeling. I'm sorry, I know I'm beating a dead horse by saying that over and over, but that is the goal here, is it not? Truly, the vegetation and white picket fence was a great suggestion by our friend Update8499. Without your humble suggestion, I would have never even thought to really add in a bunch of trees and stuff, nor the white picket fence, so thank you ever so much. Shortly thereafter, we also finished our research into basic electronics, which is going to allow us to build some other interesting items, like a nice radio / jukebox in our diner. I thought that that was a fitting little touch. Many other little things like this that we'll be adding on eventually, of course. We would also end up building ourselves a communication bench. This way, we'll actually be able to communicate with other factions without a face-to-face meeting. Now, the reason we need the tech and setup to communicate with other factions, such as the Enclave, without a face-to-face meeting, of course, is because we want to live like actual vault dwellers. Yes, this entire time we've been becoming self-sufficient, and ensuring our walls cannot be so easily broken is because I actually plan to seal the door soon. Except for the occasional venture briefly to haul resources we bought from the Enclave or other potential allies, we want to truly have an unperverted or corrupted society away from the evil irradiated hellscape beyond our walls. We will be rebuilding America one small vaulted ecosystem and city at a time. Truly. And it looks like we're gonna have at least 3 more fine folks helping us as our raiders have joined us. Welcome aboard, friends. It won't be perfect at first, but with your help and a little bit of elbow grease, I think we can make it so. Now, you might be curious as to how we plan to populate the vault if we're going to seal our door. Well, I'm glad you asked. Why, the old-fashioned way, of course. Anyhow, though, that will be next time, my friends. And until then, I'll see you later. Howdy, Wastelander. The name is Ezra. I'm the overseer around these parts. Don't mind me, I was just catching some rays in the park. Why, with our Vault-Tech-approved solar lamp, of course, keeping plants alive and fresh, and my skin a nice, crisp, golden tan. One of the many luxuries of living in an under-the-mountain utopia. Added to the long list of Vault-Tech wins, I suppose. Now, we truly are building the perfect paradise here for our dwellers, as well as potential dwellers that we hope to capture early on today. Why early on? Allow me to explain. For you see, in case you didn't know, or had forgotten, we plan to seal the vault in today's episode. Living on only what we have within. What we can grow ourselves, for example. Maybe a bit of trade with the Enclave. And, of course, breeding our dwellers to have babies. We also need to educate ourselves on a few different new technologies. One of which will be prosthetics, so that we can create our very own replacement limbs in case our dwellers were to get injured in some way, shape, or form. As we began on this research, we noticed a lone man wandering around outside our vault, going by the name of Soren, who just so happened to be a pure human. Greetings, Soren. Come with us, otherwise I'll have to shoot you in the leg and drag you. That's it. Stop. Don't struggle. Come on, it's a much better place. Look, I would have preferred to avoid angering his home faction, but I care not for the qualms of the wastelanders and their politics. I am rebuilding America, damn it. Besides, we'll be shutting our doors soon. Very soon, anyhow. Soren here is a healthy male in a ripe breeding age. That's kinda gross to say. Basically, I'm saying he's not too old to make babies, which is what we need, of course. It doesn't sound much better like that either, does it? Oh well. With yet another vault dweller under our belt, I think it is time to shut our vault door to seal ourselves inside. I would have preferred to maybe have a couple more people, but I'm a little too anxious and excited to start our new life as it was meant to be before the Great War. Alrighty boys, shut those gates. I'm feeling safer already. Alright, we are sealed in, folks. Now, just because we want to live that pre-war life and keep the corrupt world outside away from us by sealing the vault, that doesn't mean that we don't still have a lot of work to do on our community here. Honestly, this is going to be the most work we've done on the vault this entire series thus far. Starting off, we are going to be mining out and building a room, a necessity to any city and to any vault that we should have made a very long time ago, if I'm being honest with you, but we've just been so focused on taking care of the security and the needs of our citizens. But this is going to be an overseer's office. My overseer's office, of course. As we were in the middle of construction, we would also finish up that research into prosthetics. Perfect timing, I might add, because I can already think of one gentleman who's in desperate need of prosthetics. But he's gonna have to wait, because we are putting the final finishing touches on the overseer's office. As you can see here, we have everything that you could ever want or ever need, not only for me myself as the overseer, but for our citizens of this wonderful community. As you can see, I have my very own personal terminal. This way I can keep records, statistics, and documents all digitally. Very important things for any growing, bustling city. And late on Saturday night, I can come in here and maybe have an adult beverage or something and play some Satan Invaders until my wife gets angry at me. I'm just kidding. I don't have a wife. We also have a small area for meetings with a blackboard. That way we can detail some upcoming construction plans throughout the city, or mining operations, things in that sort of area, I guess. We also moved our comms console down here. That way I can actually speak with our Enclave allies about trade without having to have the prying ears of the public on me at all times. We also have something of a study, our meeting room here in front of my desk, and a little bit of storage. That's about it. But that's really all we need, I think. As for the other half of the office, it is going to be my living quarters. Nothing too fancy, although I do technically have the nicest bedroom in the entire city. It's pretty spacious and just filled with nice furniture, things of that sort. And I also have my own personal bathroom, so can't beat that. And with that, our overseer's office is finally complete. Now that that's taken care of, we can really get down to business. And I think it's high time we start implementing some policies around these parts for all our residents. First on the agenda, a little bit of mandatory breeding. You knew this was coming. We need to get our population up. And there's only, well, 2 ways to go about doing that. But since we've already sealed the vault, I would prefer to not have to go back out to capture people. Alrighty, let's play matchmaker. First up, my very own father, Shin. He needs a lady, I need a stepmother, and most importantly, the vault needs babies. Thanks to our new implemented policy, we can go about helping folks do the courting process. A process that might be a little bit awkward otherwise. What do you know? It seems to have worked. Buckingham mustered up the courage to impishly question my father's self-control, and now the 2 of them are lovers. Okie dokie. We can also encourage them to go in the right direction with having children, giving us a 400% chance. Obviously, though, their homes are going to need some light modifications by giving them a double bed. Well, I don't think I need to explain why. Alright, you 2, let's get down to business. No pressure, but we are trying to repopulate the entire country here. Yeah, maybe it would help if I left the room. sorry about that. I'll see myself out. It would seem that Hank has also pursued Cassie, commending her friends, and now the two of them are lovers. Now, I know what you're thinking, but Overseer, weren't Hank and Nellie an item? They were the Vault's ultimate power couple. Are they not together anymore? Unfortunately, it would seem they've decided to see other people, and the two of them have broken up. You may be wondering as to why, but I'm quite unsure. I will say, however, it appears that Nellie is unable to bear children at the moment. I mean, it's an awful big coincidence they break up right before this policy is implemented. I don't know if this contributed to it or not, but I will say if it is the reason as to why Hank is a punk bitch. Besides, we can also research fertility treatments, so he would also just be incorrect. Now, personally, I would be down to clown with courting Nellie, even though she's older than my father, but she still holds a grudge from when I first shot her in the chest and forced her to join us so many years ago. Some people are so dramatic. Now that everybody has a mate for the most part, we're just waiting on them to have some babies, and while we're doing that, we're also going to be expanding our greenhouse. That way we can become even more self-sufficient. Uh-oh, looks like we have some toxic radioactive rain. I'm just kidding, of course. That doesn't bother us at all. Well, you know what they say. Patrolling the Mojave makes you wait a minute, that's not the line. Toxic rain makes you wish you lived in a vault. Haha, yeah, that's it. Genuinely, though, it is quite nice not having to worry about things like this anymore. A little bit of time later, though, and we finally had Soren join us. Yet another pure human dweller under our belts, and yet another healthy specimen for some vault dweller breeding. Oh, that never gets any better when I say it. We've also finally added in our 2 new growing areas to the green housing district. In these new areas, we'll be growing heel root, so we have our own medicine for our dwellers, though it be kind of rudimentary. Also some fiber corn, that way we have wood. That way we can produce certain items and things that actually require wood, like furniture and other stuff. With that complete, we're also going to finally begin machining together some prosthetic arms. In this case, we're only going to be making a couple of them, as that's really all we need. But these are not going to be for any vault dwellers, nor pure humans. I'm sure many of you remember the ex-raider captain known as Sharp, the mutated ghoul freak who we threw in our prison so many episodes ago. Well, as you can see here, we're ripping off his bionic arms, surgically, of course, and we are replacing them with prosthetic ones to ensure that he can't crush our heads when we enslave him. Lucky enough for him, both surgeries went off without a hitch, and he now has 2 brand new prosthetic arms, just as we had planned, without any death, or accidentally cutting him in half. That can happen. This does also mean, though, that we have 2 bionic arms that we could use for our vault dwellers. Though at the moment, I'm not exactly sure who we should surgically attach these to. If you have any suggestions, feel free to let me know in the comments. Uh-oh. Hold that thought, Wastelanders. It looks like we're being attacked by a rowdy-ass pack of super mutants. Okay, I'm gonna level with you. These disgusting, mutated freaks, abominations of nature, did I say nature? I meant nature. Anyways, they could be a big problem for us, but I'm hoping they won't be. We are sealed away in the vault, and we do have all of our exterior plating, right? Protecting our base. I think most likely what's going to happen is they might start attacking the base here. It would take them an extremely long time to actually break through, though. However, they might... We did kill one with spike traps. They might end up destroying some of our old solar panels and the wind turbine, burning our old crops, and then I think they'll run away. That's my guess. Other than that, though, I think we're going to be fine. We already have some of them injured. What are you injured from? I don't know. This one's injured from something. They shouldn't be able to get to this area. See, these walls here are much thinner. But they shouldn't be able to get here because of the nuclear waste. So they're forced to attack the exterior plating that has 7,000 health. So it's pretty incredible amount of hit points. I think we'll be fine. And worst case scenario, they might break through some exterior plating, get to the maintenance walls, at which point we could continue repairing them. But I think we should be completely safe sealed away in our underground city, but I'm going to be here with you, and we're going to be keeping an eye on it, of course. They're smart not to attack the door, because the door actually has even more hit points, as you can see here, with that being 15,000, which is over double the amount of the exterior plating. We're having some power issues, though, are we not? Why is that? Let's look. Most likely due to our solar lamps that we're using, I would guess. It's a little bit cold. I really don't think we need our heaters right now. We're gonna have to deal with that, though. I think if we turn some of our heaters off for the time being, that'll save us. We have our reactors. We actually have 6 by this point. I wouldn't mind increasing the size of the reactor room and doing a bit of trading with the Enclave, but let's take a look at research. Yeah, so we have more research we could be doing. We're not working on anything at the moment, so we actually have Voltec super reactors, which appear to create 15,000 watts of power, which is outstanding, while the General Atomics reactors only create 3,000, which I think is in comparison to Vanilla Tech would be something like a little bit less than geothermal generators. Yeah, I think let's go ahead and we'll start working in terms of our research. We're going to work on those Voltec super reactors. I would assume they probably also they require a lot of advanced components, which is fine. For one of them to create that many watts of power, that's incredible. Now, I'm not good at math, but 15,000 would be equal to almost all the reactors that we currently have, right? Yeah, so that would be equal to 5 of the current ones that we have. So, yes, indeed, let us work on that. They'll only add to our self-sufficiency. Getting a larger reactor that we'll be able to pump fuel into, it'll help us out with that. We might actually create an additional room, I think, for the super reactor, simply because it could be, these could be like our backup power. We'll see where that takes us, though. We have a lot of time to spare, that's for sure, as we don't have any of our Vault Dwellers having babies yet. Nobody's even pregnant. But hopefully in due time, we'll have some folks getting pregnant. These super mutants, they're still trying their hardest, aren't they? None of our plates are even down to 80% yet, so I think that they'll give up at some point. How are they looking? They're starting to starve. They're getting, well, not starving, but they're getting close to it. They're getting very hungry, so I expect that they'll start starving well before they actually penetrate any of our plating. This one here is even unconscious now at this point. It is going to rot away. Now the thing is, though, having us sealed away in here, eventually we will have to send out a team to do some repairs to the exterior plating, because after several raids it'll be quite damaged. Right now they're getting it down close to about 80%. They're gonna start starving, though, like I mentioned, well before they ever penetrate the exterior plating, so we'll watch for a second, but I think that they're going to be running away in due time. And there they go. They've given up and are leaving. You know what? I think that's probably the best thing you guys could do. Oh, yeah, that's great. Oh, did you? Oh, no, you're eating that meal. Oh, you know, I said that they were going to starve to death. I didn't even take into consideration this guy dropped meals, and a few others probably had some meals. But normally, when being attacked like that, they won't just sit around and eat meals. They'll run off well before then. Some of these guys, they must have hit the old spike traps that we had, because many of them are injured, it looks like. Yeah, I kind of thought that they might give up, though, and run off. So there's 2 of them that are dead. And we didn't have to lift a single finger. We stayed inside our vault, sealed away from the corrupt wasteland. But yeah, at some point we'll probably have to come out here and do some repairs. That's a long ways off, though. I mean, I can't even tell which of these exterior pieces are damaged, because they're so little damaged I can't even detect any scratches with the naked eye. I think that at some point when we get attacked, though, they'll probably end up destroying our crops and everything, like I mentioned, and they'll probably be pretty satisfied with the steel, slag, and scrap metal and components that they get, that they'll just leave. The only issue that we do need to worry about is our sewage outlet. I do want to eventually do some research into, I think it's septic tanks, Let me look. Yes, so septic tanks, they'll actually accumulate sewage and provide moderate treatment of sewage. So we don't actually have to pump it outside, meaning we don't have to worry about it being destroyed. Because if our outlet gets destroyed, someone will have to venture out after the raiders leave to construct a new one. That's the only issue we have right now with being self-sufficient. Perhaps the overseer could look into, commissioning the research into septic tanks after we do our new reactors, the super reactors. I know I think I said it already earlier, or if I didn't, I meant to, but I am so happy with how this overseer office turned out. Although, I kind of want to do... I don't know. Maybe we do our, drapes here as black. I feel like they kind of stand out in a weird way as this weird whitish cream color. Although there's a lot of black going on in this room, so... that's fine, I guess. I don't know. I'm really happy with how it turned out, though, and my own little bedroom here, as well as my own personal bathroom. I'm really happy with how the entire vault has turned out as well. We're going to start doing some more mining operations, though, this way. And I know I said that I thought that this would be the end of the vault, but depending on how much vault dweller breeding we do, we might end up just expanding even further down this way. We'll see, though, as we do have this entire area here, and in terms of industrial parts of the vault city, I think that this right here little area could pretty well cover it, so... We'll see, though. We're going to start doing a bit more work, though, in preparation of more families and just kind of expanding the city for everyone, of course. Which just so happens to be the very next thing that we're going to be doing. A pretty major expansion, a little bit to the west and to the south of the mighty Overseer's office, as well as just below the current residential housing that we have. Which, funny enough, you're not going to believe this, we're building more houses for folks. Now, I actually kind of realized that the previous houses that we built, and in the future they might actually need a bit of renovation, but they're quite too small for families. If we're looking to breed our vault dwellers, how do we expect them to live in a little 3x3 area, right? So these are going to be new houses specifically built for the needs of our growing populace that hope to have babies. They're going to be family homes, quite a bit larger, actually about twice the size of the normal current homes we have. And to be honest with you, all in all, I'm pretty pleased with how they turned out. Now, as of right now, they have plenty of room to move around, but once we have some babies, we're gonna have to build some cribs, and then eventually we're gonna have to build some children's beds, but luckily I have planned ahead for that, as we still have enough space, I think, to make it all work. It'll be a little bit scroungy, perhaps, but so is life underground, I'm afraid. Their purpose truly is to function as the ultimate family home for our residents, and I think they'll easily be able to accomplish that. A little bit of time later, and we finished up the research into Vault-Tec super reactors. Absolutely wonderful, and we will now be working on the research into septic tanks, as we had previously discussed. In even better news, though, Burris charmed Soren by jokingly poking fun at his fighting methods. Apparently, this seems to be quite a way to flirt, and the two of them are now lovers. That's wonderful! Congratulations, you two! Okay, start having babies now. Go on. In the meantime, we are going to be working on a brand new reactor room, where I've said previously that I do want the reactor room to be the very end of the vault, at the end of the road. I guess I am going to be sticking with that, even though I can never make up my mind on things. Luckily, I kind of made this decision because our current atomic reactors are actually pretty easy to reinstall in other areas, meaning we won't waste any resources by adding in this new reactor room. Oh, that's the power and the beauty of Vault-Tec, baby. Always so convenient. Of course, though, we're not just moving the reactor room because we're expanding the vault down this way, but we're also moving it so that we can add in that new super heavy reactor. Once we have enough plasteel and advanced components, that is. Shortly thereafter, we finished the research into septic tanks. Now, given that we've already sent our reactor room to the end of the road, we might as well put some other city amenities down this way as well, such as our sewage treatment plant, which is quite small, but it's also going to be storing some water for the city, as well as turning poo and pee into clean water. Plus, as with all things under the mountain here, there is plenty of room to expand in the very near future. Ah, yes, indeed, my friends. These septic tanks were honestly some of the last few steps that we needed to be self-sufficient. Now, of course, there's much better research. As you could imagine, these small septic tanks do fill up quite quickly, and so we're still draining some sewage outside, although that's really not all that big of an issue as we've discussed before, but there's some other treatment plants and things that are much larger and much better, of course, that we'll be doing in the very near future. Why am I telling you so much about our sewage treatment plan? Well, I'm actually trying to kill time and buy some time as I just let the game run, and I think I went to have a shower, maybe eat some lunch. I think I had some chicken and rice. But anyways, the reason I'm doing that is because I was waiting on our vault dwellers to have babies, and they never did. What the f***? Yeah, all this time, and still no pregnancies. Holy shit! We need to take more drastic measures, I fear. Alright, enough is enough. You are all getting locked into your homes until further notice. Or until you start reproducing. Whichever comes first. And since we need them in their beds as often as possible, they're all getting mandatory sleep schedules, which is going to be basically all day, whenever they can. Cruel? You should see what the other vaults do to their residents. This is basically a wet dream to them, or any wastelander for that matter. Besides, we left them plenty of food and water. They don't have bathrooms. That's okay, though. Now begins the real experiment. How many of them will get pregnant before they start starving to death, or they start getting hives and chafing from not being able to shower? Ah, Hank and Cassie, I knew you wouldn't let me down. It's about damn time. Now, was that really so hard? I didn't think so. It's about damn time you two did your duty of repopulating this country. Thank you for your cervix. As we're breeding our dwellers, that never gets any better. We ended up enslaving Sharp. Now, I realize his grotesque appearance is very off-putting and maybe even frightening. Not to worry, though, as I have a solution. Much better. You know, the sack isn't all that friendly of a face either, but definitely an improvement, I'd say. Hold your horses, though, as Buckingham is now pregnant as well. Oh, stepmother joyous days. In even more interesting news, Aloe, the previous raider, had a bit of an encounter with me, and she told me about some comfortable furniture. Okay, now we're in love. That's right, I am a bachelor no longer. Even the great wise overseer, me, has to do his part in alleviating our population issue. Finally, oh finally, we are beginning to actually repopulate and actually beginning to breed with one another. I suppose it's taken long enough, has it not? Speaking of children, by the way, Bew, the child who we kidnapped last episode, is no longer a teeny little toddler. He is 13 now, which means we get to choose a few skills and traits for him. We ended up giving him a minor passion in medical and the gourmand trait, which means he's going to be one hell of a cook and a potential vault doctor. Really exceeding expectations there, young fella. Speaking of medicines and doctoring, though, we are actually going to begin our research into Nutrimine production, which is going to give us also medicine production, after we research that next. We plan on working on a hospital pretty soon. But as we're working on those new types of research and technological achievements, we're also going to be building some trade beacons in our warehouse. Why would we be doing this? Well, the Enclave is looking to do a bit of trading with us, thankfully, and of course we humbly accept. When what's left of Uncle Sam comes a-knockin', it is our patriotic duty to answer the call. They had advanced components and plasteel for us in exchange for some of our cloth and wood and even a few different weapons and and things that we no longer needed. Even better, there was no need for a face-to-face interaction. Although it does appear we're going to have to venture out into the waste to get these items that we've purchased. Most of our people have become a bit reclusive, you could say, so we're going to be sending Sharp out. Now Sharp, if you start running for the hills, we're going to actually come out there and we're going to shoot you in the back and we're going to drag you back in. So let's just avoid all that, and you just do the hauling, okay, you ugly son of a bitch? To our surprise, even after saying all that, Sharp actually didn't try to run for the hills. Perhaps we truly have broken his will. I don't really care. That's a good thing. We have our plasteel and our advanced components now, and so we can go about finishing up our super reactor. Oh, glorious days. Power galore. Now we don't have to worry about conserving any electricity, meaning we can run our solar lamps, all of them, as often as we like. Which, to be honest with you, I don't think we need to do, because as you can see here, we actually have a lot of crops that are piling up that we don't have any storage for. But that'll have to wait, because right now Hank and Cassie are getting married in my father and stepmother's house for some reason. Maybe not the venue I would have chosen, but hey, I'm happy for you anyway. Oh, the wedding and the reception were so beautiful and so charming, so much in fact that... Hello, will you marry me? She accepted. What can I say? Your old overseer's a sucker for romance, baby. Enough love, though. Back to business. We are going to be mining out a small section here next to our greenhouse area where we are going to be storing excess food. We can't have our crops dying on the vine, or even worse, being harvested and then left on the floor to rot because we don't have enough space. I don't think so. We vault dwellers, we patriotic Americans would never do so. So we're going to be stuffing them in these barrels and freezing them and hoarding them from the outside world. Even better. Now with that taken care of, I also want to work on a bit of a group project. Something that the city needs, that our residents need, and by God, if I may say so, they have earned and deserved. It's long overdue. We are going to be building them a recreation building, a recreation hall, somewhere they can go after a hard day's work, kick up their feet, watch a movie, or just get a bit of socialization with their fellow neighbor. We've got a television in the middle, a nice water cooler, some foliage, and it's all walled off with some room dividers to function as something of a movie theater. Or perhaps I could interest you in some arcade games, billiards, darts, or maybe even playing the piano, anything anyone could ever want. Just after finishing up this recreation hole, though, we also finished our research into Vault-Tec Nutrimine production, meaning we are finally ready to start working on research into medicine production, which is actually so much better than normal medicine and a hell of a lot better than herbal medicine, so I'm quite excited. We'll also be able to produce painkillers and antidepressants, which will make us much happier and also not make us hurt so much, which gets rid of chronic pain from some of our folks with scars. Very useful. Obviously, though, we need a proper place to go about administering these drugs and medicines and even producing all of it, so we're going to be working on something of a hospital. Although this would be interrupted when Burris and Soren decided to start holding their marriage ceremony. Now, the last one that was held in my father's bedroom was fine, I guess, but this time around, how about we have it in the overseer's office? We've got Nuka-Cola on tap, and wait a minute, we don't have any of those things. I may have drank the last one. Tap water, anyone? Well, even with insufficient amounts of cake and Nuka-Cola or Sunset Sarsaparilla, everyone seemed to have a really good time. Once that was completed, we finally finished up the foundation and bare bones of our hospital. Now, I say that because we still need to do quite a bit of research into Vault-Tec medical equipment and, of course, sterile tiles before we finish it off. We could try to finish it right now without these things, but I really don't want to have to do the extra work for no reason. After a while, though, we did finish medicine production research, and we'll jump into sterile towels and medical equipment immediately thereafter. But what I'm most interested in is actually going about producing many of these Vault-Tec medicines. That's what we're going to be starting with, and then eventually I think we'll jump into the painkillers and antidepressants as needed. Sterile materials was an easy peasy enough technology to learn, but next up's going to be learning to do medical equipment, and we need luxury furniture first, so blah blah blah, it's going to take take a while. While we're working on these technologies though, let me just say first and foremost that I am so proud of our Vault City. Look at this from an aerial view. Is it not beautiful? I really love how we've added in the grass and the soil and the park in the middle. I really think it just makes it pop. I love our vault so much, and yet we still don't have a number for the vault? Or do we? Because our friend, Viren Streams, has suggested Vault 13, because before the Great War, the states had split into 13 commonwealths. Very patriotic, and so we will now be known as Vault 13. Now, in the lore, I think Vault 13 was actually a control group that the Enclave were also kind of keeping track of, in case they needed them or until they needed them. Kind of fitting for us too, I think. Yep, that's right. We are patriots, baby. No more Vault 8 from our thumbnails. It's going to be Vault 13. Yeah, I'm still gonna leave the 8 on the thumbnails though, for continuity's sake. I just hope that you like it. You'd better like it. Oh, what have we here? A slave rebellion from Sharp? I knew this would come sooner or later. And to think I suggested that we might have beaten the last bit of your will out of you already, Sharp. I should have known. You can take a pig out of the wild, but you can't keep it away from truffles, or something like that. I guess this means you still got that fighting spirit in you, eh? Don't worry, little fella. We will beat that out of you. In other news, Cassie and Buckingham both have went into labor, shortly after one another. I really wish we had our hospital done by this point, but I suppose a home birth will have to suffice. Cassie was the first to give birth to a beautiful, happy, and healthy baby boy. Congratulations, you two. As for my stepmother, Buckingham, she would give birth to a happy, healthy baby girl. Ain't it just amazing? The future of our once great nation, soon to be back on its feet again thanks to these little miniature patriots. There, baby sister, you are in good hands. You know, Dad, after these last couple of years or so after we've been reunited, I think we've grown a lot closer. And I just want to say, I forgive you for abandoning me as a child. And I've decided I'm not going to kill you. What? You thought I already forgave you? Oh, hell no. No, I was about to kill you. See? I had the gun ready and everything. Not now, though. After the birth of our two newest members, we would also finish our research into Vault Tech medical equipment. One of life's cruel little ironic twists, I suppose, but thankfully everyone was healthy and happy, as I mentioned, and better late than never, of course. Now with this research under our belts, though, we can actually go about creating some proper hospital rooms, all of which including some certified Vault Tech labs, oxygen tanks, and other medical devices, I suppose you could say. All of this, of course, culminating to increase the success chance and tending quality, things like that. Basically, this is as good as it gets, especially in a pre-war world. Moving right along, though, last episode and the episode before, I asked you wonderful folks for some name suggestions for our two utilitrons who have been helping us mine out the vault and to create our city. And we have the wonderful names of Buzz and Drillbert. These suggestions coming from our friends R. Wilson 1197 and Cam Don D. Thank you both for your wonderful name suggestions. Very industrial and very fitting for our utilitrons. And of course, thank you to everyone who left suggestions. Speaking of, we have a wonderful suggestion from our friend Trevin Spotta 47886. Apologies, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name as I'm a little silly Billy, but you made a great suggestion of the flamingos and the gnomes, and I love that, but for whatever reason on the workshop, I cannot find a single mod that adds these as decoration. Not even a taxidermy mod where we could go out, hunt flamingos, and then have them basically taxidermied out in our front yards. Assuming we could find them, of course. If you guys know of any mods that add these types of decorations, be sure to let me know. I have added a few to the mod list, which is in every video description, of course, if you're interested, and yet none of them add what we're looking for here, unfortunately. So be sure to let me know if you can. In the meantime, though, it would seem that we have a prisoner exchange from the Enclave. Unfortunately, they did arrive and didn't contact us, although I suppose for prisoners, they can't exactly just send them down in pods and expect them to join us, can they? Boy, oh boy, let me tell you, it pays to be in the good graces of the Enclave. I immediately came out to speak with their commanding officer, and I ended up purchasing 5, yes, count them, 5, pure humans who will be joining our vault. Absolutely incredible. What are the chances? Welcome aboard, all you thieves, murderers, and anything and everything in between. Today, you will be leaving all of that horse shit of the past at the door and joining us as reformed citizens of America. Congratulations. Go on, mingle, find a house that you like and take it for yourself, but not by killing anyone or anything. It has to be a vacant house, of course. And welcome to our breeding pool. I'm glad they joined us when they did. I was starting to get a little bit worried about inbreeding, but oh, no more. That is a worry of the past. But my friends, I think that's all I have for you today. I will see you next time. Oh, and Happy New Year. All right, bye. Hello there, Vault Dweller. How are you settling into the community? I hope you're enjoying yourself and fitting right in, of course. Did you need something? We were just discussing some upcoming expansions of the city, mining a bit to the south for new homes and businesses. You see, we've had a major population expansion recently, due in part to our allies in the Enclave. So we need to keep folks housed, fed, and most importantly, happy. Speaking of which, how about we start one of those expansions to our under-the-mountain city right now? Now, as we're in discussion about what we should be doing with the southern part of the mountain for the city's expansion, we already know what we're going to be doing for the eastern part of the city. After we mined out an absolutely enormous section here, we're going to be adding in a brand new building. This is going to be our tailoring workshop. Somewhere where we won't only be making vault suits, but we'll be making all of the outfits as well as other textile items that our vault dwellers will be wearing and using in their adventures throughout the wasteland. Things like that. For our next structure, though, we are going to need to do a little bit of research first, as we are going to be looking into vault tech education. That's right, friends, because next on our to-do list is going to be a proper school for all of our vault dwellers to educate themselves as well as the future generation. Thankfully, by the time we got the foundation and the bare bones of the school complete, we had also finished up that research that we were working on. Now we know the inner workings of the GOAT test that will help us determine the future and to be able to educate all of our dwellers, as we had mentioned. We've also unlocked a school desk that will allow our students to better intertwine themselves with the curriculum properly. Now, with all that being said, it is finally time for us to begin working on the interior of the school. Not only the flooring, the lighting, the power, things of that nature, but also, of course, the furniture, as well as the students' workstations and educational areas. Let's take a look at some of those, shall we? To begin, we have our classroom to teach and to foster minds in desperate need of molding and guidance. We'll be supplying them with all the necessities of a classroom, too. Pencils, paper, books, so on and so on. We also have an electronics lab because, let's be honest, the future is computer learning. Our baby dwellers shall grow to be the perfect handlers of terminals and Pip-Boys, tools that will be absolutely crucial to rebuilding this great country of ours. As for our more musically inclined students, we also have several instruments scattered about, ripe to be played in a rhythmic tune or two. And at the center of it all, the desk of the Big Kahuna, our school's teacher. But overseer, the desk is empty, I hear you say. Indeed, my friends, but you and I are about to alleviate that issue. Who better for this position than none other than my very own father, Shin? He'll be able to help me ensure our little moldable minds are getting a proper, overseer-approved education, if you know what I mean. Now, I will be the first to admit that his resume for teaching and his skill set is less than admirable and less than adequate, if I'm being honest, but you see, friends, this is what we in the business call a nepo hire. That's alright, though, because currently our only student is Bu. He's 14, though, so he'll be graduating soon. We're currently working on his musical talents. He is the future of America's musicians, a dying breed, I might add. He's a prodigy in the making. Kinda. He really sucks, actually. Oh well, obviously though, credit where credit is due. Many of you guys have suggested a school and that we go about properly educating our youth, and I want to thank you all who left comments. I don't think I could fit all of you on screen at the moment, but I am very much appreciative and I very much love you for your wonderful suggestions, and our vault is going to thrive because of it. Now, we discussed before, our Vault 13 here isn't just any ordinary vault. We want a pre-war slice of heaven in our city, featuring as many pleasures and conveniences of the old world as possible, including, but not limited to, the fashion and the outfits. However, when looking into the research, it appears to be locked behind a certain type of holotape that we need first. Simple enough, right? Well, it seems that this particular holotape isn't labeled yet, which in turn leads me to believe these are not currently finished as of yet, as the FCP mods are, for the most part, still being worked on. As a matter of fact, none of these technologies of the pre-war have holotapes yet. I even checked in dev mode, and I can't find any holotapes at all to be spawned. I just wanted to mention that because I know many of you are playing along at home. Sorry to have ruined your immersion. Anywho though, we're going to need to manually apply these holotapes via dev mode, so we can begin this research. Seems fair enough to me. Technically, we already have complex clothing and carpet making, so I don't think pre-war outfits would be so outside of the realm and scope of our knowledge. But for the sake of fairness, we are still going to be researching these technologies. As we have our best minds working on the pre-war fashion tech though, we are also going to be doing a bit more mining. A new area where we can add in yet another business that is going to be crucial for our city, and one that I think that is going to be loved by all of our populace. This is going to be our soda pop diner. I couldn't really think of a better term or word to describe it, so that's what we're going to be going with. Not only though is this going to be a place for many of our people to socialize and relax and enjoy some ice cold beverages, but it is also going to be the place that we store many of the ingredients that we will be also using to create these beverages. I was thinking perhaps we might end up trading them off to the Enclave and maybe some wastelanders, just any of our allies who'd be willing to pay us, as this could be our main export out of the vault. Let me know what you think about that though in the comment section. Now we can make a plethora of different types of drinks here. Nuka-Cola, Vim Soda, Sunset Sarsaparilla, but one thing is true across the board for all of these drinks. They all require sugar, which is a resource we don't currently have access to. Not to worry though, as we have a solution to this little problem. Just above our new soda pop diner, we are going to be adding in a very small growing zone specifically for sugarcane, which is going to give us, you guessed it, sugar. I definitely would have preferred to grow sugarcane in our greenhousing area, but the planter boxes are far too small, and so the sugarcane must be grown directly from the ground. Regardless though, I think it's still fine, as it's being built in our industrial side of the city at the very least. Not that we're all that strict on that anyhow. A little bit after we had finished this up though, we also finished our research into pre-war casual wear, and our next project is going to be pre-war business wear, the best of both worlds. Business in the front, party in the back, or something like that. With our casual wear finally researched though, we would immediately start using a good bit of our cloth and other textiles to start making some nice outfits for everyone. Right in the middle of doing so, we also finished the research into pre-war business wear, and before you knew it, every single person in the entire city was wearing a nice outfit of their choosing. Wonderful flowing cotton and silk dresses, beautiful breeches and trousers with slacks. Oh my god. If I didn't know any better, I'd think the year was still 2076. Everyone's looking spiffy, jive, dapper even, I would say. And the most dapper of all? Myself, of course, in my nice business suit. Perhaps an overseer should wear a vault suit like the other common folk to try to relate to them, but not me. I need them to know that I am the head honcho around here, okay? Because not to beat a dead horse or anything, but, you know, I'm not just governing Vault 13. I am governing the future of the repopulation of America, and the United Vaults of America as well, okay? I just think I need to really look the part. I'm not going to say that you could call me president just yet. I still think overseer is probably fine, but who knows, maybe I'll campaign in the future. Not really sure how that would sit with the Enclave, though. But enough yapping, though. Let us continue expanding our vault by expanding our utilities of the city here. Next to our sewage treatment and, of course, our reactor room, where we're generating all the power for the entire city, we are also going to be adding in a cremation area, as well as a trash burning area. Not only will this be perfect if and when some of our population end up dying, but also, of course, with keeping our streets nice and tidy clean, as we get often pile-ups of trash right in the streets, and it's a whole big mess. Now we can just burn it all. Sticking with the theme of tidying up our glorious city, we're also going to start researching Vault-Tec recycling technology that will assist us with, you guessed it, recycling. While we're researching this technology, we're also going to go around the city and build even more trash cans and dumpsters. Now, you might think that these are just for aesthetic purposes. They look cool and they just fit a city, right? Well, you are correct, of course, but they're also actually quite useful, as these trash cans and dumpsters have a certain radius, and within this radius, they will help us clean up trash, essentially keeping everything more tidy. However, this does not assist us with our current toxic waste issue. You see, we've been foolishly placing it into our storage facilities, where it has been bursting and polluting the warehouse. Previously, we had been dumping it outside, but since we sealed the vault door for minimal contact with the gross world out there, I forgot to adjust our society to proper toxic waste disposal. Yet another issue for the Grand Overseer, me, of course, to solve. Next to our cremation station, we are going to be building a gigantic freezer, an appropriate place for us to store toxic waste, keeping it frozen and keeping it from bursting. Now, this isn't a permanent solution exactly, but it is one that will last us for a very long time, I suspect, as we have a humongous storage facility for all the waste, and the only thing currently generating waste is our mech recharger for our utilitrons, so we have a lot of room and little waste piling up at the moment. Speaking of which, we're looking into researching the technology of military Robco circuitry, but to do so, we're going to need good as new Robco thrusters. The reason that we want to research this is it will unlock a bunch of the different Mr. Handy variants, as well, of course, as the classic Mr. Handy, which I think would be perfect for our society here, and would be perfect to help us with work. But where do we get these Robco thrusters that we can study, you might ask? Not too far from us, to the west, is an ancient Robco facility. If I had to guess or make a wager as to where to find them, I think that this might be an ample choice. And so we'll be sending out a team to adventure through the ruins. We've equipped Good and Rebecca as the new traveling companions of Nellie. More so, we've even given them more appropriate weapons in the case that murderous force will be required. Which is often the case out in the wasteland, is it not? I think it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. The reason for this switch up in our adventuring force is because Hank and Cassie obviously have more pressing issues to deal with at the moment, such as raising their kiddo. The next generation of the nation is of the highest priority, and it would be hard for them to raise their baby together if one of them or both of them are dead. With that being said, we are going to be sending out our 3-man squad to the ancient Robco facility. And because they are traveling on foot as we normally do, this is going to take some time, so we'll check back in on them in a moment. For now, we are making yet another grand expansion to the city, doing an absolutely massive mining operation towards the south of the mountain, near where our reactor room and other city amenities lie at the moment. As we were mining out this new section of the city, though, we would also finish research into Vault-Tec recycling techniques, as we had been working on as well. I would bet you're pretty darn curious as to why we're building a crematorium as well as a Vault-Tec recycler. As they look similar, they must do similar things, right? Wrong. Well, not really, but anyway, the recycler will be for weapons, apparel, and other things things in that range that can actually be recycled for their base components like steel, uranium, bioferrite, the list goes on. While the crematorium, on the other hand, is only for bodies, trash, and things we cannot recycle for their base resources. Things we just want to get rid of. Enough trash talk, though, pun intended, as it would seem that our little squad of adventurers have finally arrived at the ancient facility. Per the usual, we are starting out here. Oh my god, something is coming out of this facility and I see it already. I also hear gunfire. Oh, is this what I think it is at the Robco facility? An assaultron. Son of a bitch. That is insane. Already? We haven't even gotten time for me to do some little speech about how we're gonna infiltrate. Is that at us? Okay, no. Oh, it went back inside. Okay. Holy shit. Something exploded. Oh, here's an assaultron. Okay, so this is probably the assaultron that shot it. We have someone by the name of Jim. Is this a familiar face, I wonder? Of the Free Mountain Dwellers from Vault 58. Oh, some of you may remember, but that is where the Overseer Bolin, the filthy ghoul, is from, and that, well, he oversees. Looks like she, some of her cohorts, apparently, have been interacting with the not-so-friendly faces of the Robco facility, including this assaultron, which is trying to blow her up. We could just let her die, but, let's see. It looks like she is a pure human, so we could just take her as a captive, too. That's always a possibility. I'm gonna be bringing our security team down this way. Hopefully she doesn't die. I think she's going to die. Oh my god. Here we go. Okay, well, she didn't die, but that's pretty damn close. She also didn't move at all. Oh god. Okay, so assaultrons, how many are there? 3 assaultrons. Jesus. I don't want to go inside just yet. Now here's the thing, we have our non-lethal weaponry, we have our stun guns and stuff, and normally, you know, you probably wouldn't want to use those if you're going to try to kill people, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, against assaultrons, protectrons, and I think we have a Mr. Gutsy. Yes, Mr. Gutsy. It might actually be pretty good, because I think it should work similar to an EMP, kind of frying their systems and stunning them for a moment. Is that going to be the case, though? I have no clue. Holy shit, we are already getting targeted by the assaultron. I'm gonna chuck a grenade. Okay, I didn't even have a chance to chuck the grenade. Please move. Please move. Just in case. Oh no, it's still targeting? Oh, okay. Okay, I was overreacting. I thought for sure it was going to blast right at the door. So I want to chuck a grenade in here. Chuck as many grenades as we can. Actually move. Okay, yeah. We got a little bit of damage in on that assaultron. Okay, yeah, so it's what I was worried about a second ago, and I thought I was being overly dramatic. This whole damn place is crumbling, by the way. I'm just now noticing we have some Enclave, a scientist and a trooper who are dead, and it doesn't look like they've been dead for very long. I wonder if the dwellers, the free dwellers as they call themselves, from Vault 58 were in a bit of a fight with the Enclave and perhaps set off the facility's automated defense force here. I don't know. I do very much want to take Jem here as a prisoner, though. I think we can break this, right? Yes, some of these are very damaged. There we go. I want to carry her and bring her up this way, hopefully without getting spotted. And Nellie, being a good doctor, should, I think, be able to tend to her to keep her alive, before she bleeds to death. Let's hope so. I'm gonna bring Goody down here, or Good, I mean, just in case. Let's see, Jim, how are we doing? You are very bad shape. You lost your right arm and your left arm. Oh, and your left leg. You are in no shape at all. But luckily, it looks like you're going to be alive. However, I need to put you somewhere, like up here, before we go about trying to infiltrate this place. I actually think maybe we should come up here and kind of regroup and try again. We do also have some type of synth, I think, in here, or an android. A rusted android, so it's been around for quite some time, it would seem. Very rusty. Perhaps, of course, it was, which I mean, it looks like it's wearing combat armor. I'm gonna pause. It looks like it was wearing combat armor and a vault suit? Yes, a vault suit. So this android almost definitely belongs to Gem here. So it would seem not only do they allow filthy mutated freaks like Boland himself, but they also allow synths, which is disgusting in my opinion. However, this synth could have useful information about Vault 58 that we could use. So it might be a good idea for us to capture Gem as well as that android, if at all possible. First, we're gonna have to try to get past all of these damn automatons, these robots, and we also need to find those thrusters that will allow us to upgrade our mech tech. Now, I do wonder. Yes, okay. So it looks like the Mr. Gutsy is going to have the thrusters that we need, so we're going to have to kill him, and we're also going to try to rescue the android. We'll attempt to infiltrate here. Okay, I don't see any robots in here. Actually, this room seems a bit closed off to the others, with some collapsed rocks, the collapsed roofing, perhaps. Let's see if we can kill the Assaultron. Not near enough. Okay, though. It's already aiming right there, though, so I think we might be able to kill it if we stand out of the way. Here we go. Yeah! All you had to do was trick it a little bit. Oh, shit. Alright, though. Move, 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 move. We need to move. Go, 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 go. Nelly. Holy. Oh, no. Our grenade tosses are less than adequate. I want to chuck one right at the Assaultron here. Okay. We're getting a few hits in on it. Alright. Alright, move, 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 move. Go, 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 go. Oh, thank God. We killed the Assaultron. We killed an Assaultron. We have 2 more left. Thankfully, though, we did manage to avoid getting hit by it. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we might be able to kill off some of these Protectrons as well. Oh, the android, he's back. Oh, but he's not going to be back for long. Okay. Oh my God, he's quite the fighter. He is back down, unfortunately for him. Oh shit. Go, go, go. See if I can get a grenade right next to that Assaultron. Oh God. Okay. Thank God for this power armor. It's probably, realistically, the only thing keeping us going here. I don't want to damage and or destroy the body of the android, the synth here from Vault 58, which we did unfortunately kill, it would seem. But I don't want to destroy his body like we just did his friend there. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, we put another Assaultron down. Stupid Protectron bastards. Okay, I need to get to cover. Okay, I destroyed my cover. Oh, what is this? I completely forgot about this. We have that unique SMG that we found that was called Justice. I think we found it in the Ancient Chemfuel Refinery a few episodes back. Yes, you can see the traits. EMP rounds, quick reload, and aim assistance. I forgot about it. Why weren't we using this damn SMG much sooner? Especially against robots. Good Lord. What a fool I am. So I'm bringing the rest of our security force down here, though, to help Nelly. Let's see if we can, yeah, finish him off here. There we go. Oh, and we have that thrusters. We need to be careful not to destroy those thrusters with grenades like we almost did. Okay, let's see if we can move up out of range here. Yeah, we gotta be careful. I don't want to damage any of the stuff here, so we're gonna have to swap from grenades to something else. Our security force, of course, does have pistols that we can use. Okay, move. Thank God. Okay, let's take cover down here with Good and Nelly. Nelly is moving a little too slow for my interest here. I'm afraid she's going to get killed. Okay, come this way. Oh, we put the Assaultron down. Hot dog. Hot diggity dog. Let's move in with our stun guns and see if that'll stun the Protectrons for us. Okay. It's not really stunning them, and I thought it would. Oh, we lost Rebecca. I'm such an idiot. She was out in the open. I was thinking that that was going to stun them, but unfortunately it did not. All right, everyone, take cover immediately. Rebecca, I am so sorry. I'm actually going to get Nelly to cover up here. Good is... Oh, damn. There we go. Finish him off. Ooh, sheesh. Okay, so immediately I need to start tending to good. Damn it. We lost Rebecca. Most people would be dead already in the wasteland, so I suppose it's, you know, but shotgun blast to the torso looks like. Yep, a shotgun blast punctured Rebecca's torso, killing her. Let's get good tended to. She's going to die in 5 hours if we don't. We did get basically everything we came here for, though we did pay an ultimate price for it. The Overseer is not going to be pleased that we ended up getting Rebecca killed. I am very sorry, Rebecca. What a shame. I should have packed stim packs, but we were completely out, and that's something that we need to work on making soon. Let's take a look at what we have here, though. So we do have the goodies new Robco thrusters, which we needed. We also have a few Assaultron corpses. Now, I think it would take quite a bit of resources, or research, I mean to say, but we could take them back home with us and eventually resurrect them if we wanted to. We could do the same with the Protectrons too. We also have a few, these are Mr. Handy's dead. There's a Vault Terminal and we have some servers. What do we have here? Scrap pallets. These will have steel in them. And we also have a couple of rusted safes. I think there are some items in there as well. We need to finish off this last Protectron though, and then after before that we need to tend to good to ensure she doesn't die, which we're working on. And then we need to kill that Protectron and check this out. Alright, let's kill this bugged out piece of shit. There we go. And immediately I'm going to start opening up these safes. Jim is no longer incapable of walking. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Excuse me. Come back here, please. Here's the thing, Jim. Kinda need you to not leave the area. Sorry. Yeah. The Free Mountain Dwellers, Vault 58, very upset about that. Sorry, but I have to do it. Welcome to your temporary room. Let's go ahead and start opening these safes. We're gonna get the materials from these slag piles here. Looks like there's a couple of maps. Could be some interesting stuff there. Maybe some raider gangs or something we could take on and take their stuff if they're useful. Plenty of steel. We do have these component boxes I spotted, and I think we even have more steel. I'm guessing this is where they were actually manufacturing at the facility. So we've got 4 advanced components, 8 normal components, and a holy shit ton of steel, almost 1,000. I doubt we'll be able to carry all that back, especially with the loss of Rebecca. The problem is Jim can walk, but Good cannot. She might be able to walk at some point in the future, but I doubt we're going to be able to carry a lot of stuff home. Let's take a look at that. Alright, so it looks like we should be able to carry Rebecca's body. We're also going to take 1 Assaultron along with the android, the thrusters, and a bunch of weapons and other things. The NCR dollars that it would appear the Vault Dwellers from 58 had. And we're going to be taking Good along with us. With Jim as well. Okay, I thought so. So now it says immobile caravan, even though it had it where it looked like I was going to be able to carry it all. So we're going to drop some stuff real quick. Yeah, the Assaultron weighs almost 60 kilograms. Okay. Okay, so we have finally returned home, and we've got Jim captured. We are going to have to explain to the Overseer about Rebecca's corpse. But we also brought some other useful things, and it was a successful mission, except for Rebecca dying, of course. So let's get everybody inside, and we will seal the door behind us. Oh, welcome back, friends. Such a joyous occasion to see you all here. I was going to say to see you all alive, but okay. We're going to seal the door, though. We are good to go. Let's get Jem put into the prison. The Vault Dwellers of Vault 58 are going to be quite upset about her being captured. They are just going to have to deal with it, I'm afraid. First and foremost, let us come up here to the laboratory. We've got our thrusters that will drop off, and we also have the corpse of that android, the Synth. We'll also drop off those maps that we got to the Overseer. And if you'll excuse me, I have to explain a little itsy-bitsy issue that happened out there in the wasteland. Yeah. Well then, while I, the Overseer, was busy chewing out Nelly for letting Rebecca die in the heat of battle, Goody found solace in the fact that it wasn't her who got slaughtered by a Protectron shotgun. I gave her a few hours off given she had almost ended up as a stain on the ground. She can sunbathe, enjoy some nature, anything she so chooses. Alright, good, that's enough laying around. Get back to work. Rebecca's corpse ain't gonna cremate itself. An honored ending. We should all be so lucky to have our bodies burned in our homes instead of being killed and eaten by cannibals. Just food for thought. Now that we finally have Jim here in our prison, we can go about feeding her and trying to coax her into joining us. Of course, it's going to be best if we take away her armor and this automatic turret on her back, as she seems to be quite the well-trained fighter herself. The perfect addition to our vault if we can manage it, I might add. In the meantime, Nellie is going to be studying and observing these brand new thrusters, which will give us access to military Robco circuitry as our very next, now current, research project. In the meantime, as we are completing this research, we are also going to be working on a brand new building within the city. This is going to be our armory. It is just below our residential areas and the recreation hall that we had built last episode, of course. That way there's a quick ease of access for everyone to rush down here and to grab any armor and weapons in the case of an invasion. And that is also why it is extremely far away from the entrance of the vault and, of course, our city. That way we can come down here, bunker in place, equip ourselves, and prepare for a last stand, or to beat the shit out of the intruders. Whatever we need to do. Along with that, we have ensured that the perimeter of this building is well fortified and well manned with our security staff at all times. I think that the armor is also going to be perfect because this means that all of our weapons and armor are going to be locked away from anyone that we might not desire getting a hold of it, such as, for example, our slave Sharp. Now, there's a much lower chance of that wrinkly bastard getting any guns to shoot us in the back with. Between our residential housing for our dwellers and our armory, we're also going to be building something of a campsite. Actually, that's exactly what it is. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why the hell would a vault need a campground? Well, my naive friend, I'm glad you asked. Our future descendants will not have the experience or the know-how of the wasteland as we do. So, they'll need practice, especially for very useful skills like firearm training, first aid, foraging, or whatever foraging they can do, of course. Many useful skills that they need to develop, and we now have a place where they can develop and train those skills. Its proximity to the armory is also very important because our security teams are the ones who are going to be training them, of course. A bit of time later, we finally finished up that research into military circuitry, now allowing us to create our own Mr. Handys. In this particular instance, we are going to be assembling 3 of them, which will take a couple of days. We're also going to be building a synth pod for the dead, rusted synth that was tagging along with Jim. Not to worry, my friends, we'll find out any information this little rust bucket could be hiding in his hard drive. We've got our best minds on it, as a matter of fact. And my dad's here too. Go get 'em, Dad. Speaking of which, by the way, we also already enslaved the vault dweller known as Jim. The doc checked her out. She's got perfect organs, pure human genetics, perfect for birthing the next generation of the US of A. Once she comes around, that is. She's unwaveringly loyal to her vault, unfortunately, but perhaps we could look into some brainwashing technology to show her the light. It's a lot worse than it sounds. Did I say that right? Oh, and she keeps saying her friends from Vault 58 are going to track us down and murder us all and rescue her. Right. Listen, lady, if your pals come here, they will end up in chains or drowning in a pool of their own blood. And that'll be well before they get to our mighty, impenetrable door. So you had better hope that they don't come to rescue you, for their sake. Nah, what am I thinking? That'll never happen. And even if it did, we would be completely safe here under the mountain. Yes, indeed, we'll be completely fine. Worst case scenario, and word has it that Vault 58 has access to their own nuclear stockpile. Assuming those bogus rumors even were true, what is the purpose of a vault? Yes, exactly, to survive a nuclear fallout. We'll be fine. You worry too much. But perhaps I'd be able to put your mind at ease by showing you some wonderful art made by our good friend Kin King, who you can find on Twitter at KinTheKingArt, and who has provided us with some wonderful artworks of Ezra, of course, in his jolly little vault suit. I think that this would be a good depiction before he became Overseer, and we also have some really good art as well of Sharp. I always love Kin King's artworks and the style with it being rat-based, but I have never seen a rat-based ghoul, and I am absolutely in love with it. A massive thank you to Kin King, as always. I always love their artwork and everything that they create for us here, but I also really appreciate it because I think it gives us a great visualization that we normally don't get with the kind of standard 2D-ness of RimWorld. Other than amazing artwork, though, we also have some other good news. The synth that is rusted all to pieces, going by a combination of letters and numbers, is almost fully restored, and it would seem that our Mr. Handies are finally assembled and ready for action. These new mechanical companions are going to be absolutely stellar for helping us keep this vault as a well-oiled machine. Pun intended once more. If you guys have any names for our new Mr. Handy robots here, feel free to leave those in the comment section down below. And I meant to mention it last episode, but I forgot. If you also have any names for the baby dwellers that we're having, feel free to leave those as well. Much appreciated. Without a second thought, though, our Mr. Handies immediately got to work cleaning up our streets and working hard around the city. This is that pre-war convenience and luxury that I was talking about so many minutes ago earlier on in the video, and it's exactly what we need. And perhaps best of all, there are so many different types of robots that we have yet to even research, and so many that we currently do have research that we can create. The possibilities are endless, but that, my friends, will have to be next time. I'll see you later. Hello there, Vault Dweller. I am your devilishly handsome Overseer. My name is Ezra. Oh, you already know that? My apologies, perhaps we've already gotten acquainted. Well, either way, I'd like to welcome you to the happiest place on Earth, Vault 13, a humble slice of heaven on Earth, hidden below millions of tons of slate and sandstone. A place, I might add, where everyone knows your name, your neighbor is your best friend, and American culture and supremacy live on, regardless of whatever fell from the sky and exploded, killing 90% of humanity some odd 200 years ago. Indeed, we are the most patriotic vault in all the land, perhaps even the kindest, as we really put a heavy focus on good old-fashioned family values. We also enslave people. Yeah, perhaps not our best quality. It's okay though, as one of our slaves is the nasty, mutated ghoul freak, Sharp, who was our enemy as a Raider King. We also kidnapped and enslaved a dweller from another vault in her dirty oil blood synth companion. Again, not our proudest moment, but listen, maybe we're not the best people in some cases, but in my defense, she did refuse to join us. Enslaving her was the only way. That's not better, is it? Well, we are always looking for ways to improve anywhere we can, and today that's exactly what we'll be working on. Let's see here. Currently, we're looking into a way to make some of our dwellers a bit more efficient, as they've recently had children and it's starting to affect their performance. Ah, yes, family incentives. How didn't I think of that? Very well, let us begin today by working on one of these incentives. I think a nice nursery would come in handy with us trying to have a bit of a baby boom, but who would man this nursery? Well, I think our automated friends, a nice Miss Nanny, could be the solution. But for good measure, I think we'll have two of them assembled. A couple. That way, if one ends up needing to recharge or something, the other can take its place. While our two new handy helpers are being assembled, though, which can take a couple of days, we are also going to begin work on this nursery. I don't think we'll need a very large facility. Even if we have a massive population, I don't expect them all to be having babies at the exact same time, and even if they do, we can work with it to try to accommodate the size of the nursery at that point, if and when it comes. But for now, I think that this, as it is going to be more than enough. You'll notice not only do we have a section for all the babies to take their little snoozes in their cribs, but we also have a smorgasbord of different types of plushies and toys and things for them to entertain themselves with, as well as our Miss Nannies to entertain them and keep them occupied with, of course, as well as a kind of classic classroom setting. Not really sure what we'll be teaching the babies, but as for the toddlers, we could teach them the bare basics, like shapes, colors, numbers, things like that. So technically, I guess it's a nursery/daycare. It's also a wonderful suggestion from our good friend Zunar51. Apologies if I butchered your name, wasn't really sure how to go about pronouncing it. But thank you ever so much, and I do think that a proper nursery like this is going to be great for fostering the needs of our growing city, as well as the needs of our little red-blooded patriots. Speaking of their needs, both of our Miss Nannies have finally been assembled and are ready for action. Perhaps you don't think that action is the right terminology. What is this, a war, overseer? No, but if you've ever been around a baby flinging feces all over the place and vomiting in other places, you'll know that you'd rather be out in the wasteland than have to change some dirty diapers all day like these poor sod robots. Just kidding, you guys are gonna do great. Now this is an around-the-clock baby tending service. Not to worry as well, we were sure to keep their buzzsaw attachments far, far away. Safety is our #1 priority. And of course, obviously, the parents can visit the babies any time of day that they so choose. Perhaps the best part of it all, though, is that having a nursery/daycare also means that parents, like Hank and Cassie, for example, are going to be able to perform their work duties, such as attending to their security positions, with ease, and without feeling guilty. Wow, we really are an amazing society. Almost kind of makes you forget about the whole slavery thing, huh? Oh, I want to mention as well that we also made plenty of baby food, since we won't be able to nurse the children on our mechanical bosom, of course, and because their parents are going to be away at their jobs. This way we make sure they don't starve to death, as I'm sure you could have guessed. But adding in the nursery and taking care of some family incentive issues that we were having brings up new issues. One of the largest issues is the fact that we don't have enough rechargers for all of our mechanoids. And I'm a bit of a silly Billy, last episode making many Mr. Handies for the entire city, and I didn't even put in any gigantic military rechargers, which is a requirement for the Mr. Handies to recharge. So we are amending that little issue today, ensuring that not only do we have large enough chargers for all the Mr. Handy variants, but just as well we have plenty of chargers for all the robots that we plan on having throughout the city. We built this just off the side of our reactor room and just below our toxic waste storage freezer. The reason for that, of course, is because these rechargers generate a bit of radioactive waste every time they have to charge up one of these 3-armed light bulbs that sweeps our streets and takes care of our babies. Now, as we were working on this, we were alerted to an affair within the city. Kinda. Apparently, Lance ended up wooing Ida. Doesn't sound all that bad when you take out the part about the affair, but it's not bad at all, at least not for the city, because Lance's wife is outside of the city. Not a vault dweller, probably not even a pure human, so we don't give a shit. You and the rest of the world might call it infidelity. I call it another potential baby inside our vault. Speaking of which, hurry up you two, we're burning daylight here. You're not getting any younger, and the shitty hellscape outside ain't going anywhere anytime soon either. Even invoking the name of this disgusting wasteland just reminds us about how privileged we really are. So privileged and so blessed to be living here in the vault, in our city, our paradise, under the mountain, under the rule of such a caring and loving overseer. Don't forget about that part. Now then, I think it's finally time for our first research project of this episode, which is going to be advanced batteries. One little hang-up though, we do need a multi-analyzer before we can go about researching this technology, so first we're going to research multi-analyzers. In the meantime, while our eggheads are hard at work cracking the case on multi-analyzers, we are going to be making one great big huge improvement to our greenhouse growing rooms, specifically to the irrigation. We ended up building an irrigation sprinkler in every single growing room that we have, accelerating the growing speed of these plants that are already growing at incredible speeds, meaning we're going to have crops much, much faster. Who would have guessed that throwing some purified water on our potatoes instead of leaving them outside in the nuclear waste to grow would actually make them grow faster and not kill them? I would have guessed that. Something else that I desperately think that the city needs is some public restrooms. Specifically one large public restroom, as we have one already, but it is very small and is towards the front of the vault. Hardly what I would call convenient. So we ended up installing a much larger one down towards the utility section at the end of the vault. I understand the placement might seem a little bit odd, but you see, our new public restroom puts our dwellers' homes right in the middle of two separate public restrooms, ensuring they can always reach a toilet or shower with its own modest bit of privacy with ease. Convenience is, of course, the name of the game. Obviously, the most convenient route, though, would be to let everyone have their own personal restrooms, and this would be attached to their homes. This was the initial plan. However, at some point, I had to accept the fact that giving folks personal restrooms would take away from the grass and nature that people get to enjoy now. We have limited space, and so we simply made the best decisions given our situation. By the point we were done with that, we had also finished up the research into multi-analyzers, and we made our very first, expending a good bit of our plasteel as well as a good bit of our gold. It obviously took absolutely forever, but thankfully advanced batteries should only take about half the time, give or take. This calls for a celebration. How about some ice-cold Nuka-Colas? Not these though, because I actually plan on trading these later on to the NCR or whoever's willing to trade resources with us. Yeah, nobody touch these, okay? Continuing right along though with the epic expansion of our city, we are also going to be mining out a large section and expanding towards the east of our brand new nursery slash daycare. And let me tell you, thank God, while we were mining out the section for this new facility, we came into contact with a large vein of steel ore because we were in desperate need. I'd actually planned on trading that Nuka-Cola for some steel, but I guess we can postpone that for the time being. A bit of time later, we finished that research into advanced batteries, and we immediately started working on research into washing machines, and these are what's going to be within the new facility that we are currently working on. But let me give you some whiplash right quick, because before we jump back over to that facility, we're going to be building our very first advanced battery. These are able to store a lot more power than the typical standard batteries. The only issue is they also require advanced components and plasteel, one of which we're a bit low on, being advanced components, and the other of which we are now completely out of. I guess we'll be trading off that Nuka-Cola after all, huh? We could also go out on an adventure into the whippin' wild wasteland pretty soon to maybe find that plasteel as well as some other resources. We should probably do that before we're willing to go out and just buy things willy-nilly, I suppose. But I do think it's definitely a great backup plan. But back to the whiplash, because we finally whipped up our washing machine research. Alright, I'll quit, I'm sorry. On a serious note though, we are going to be building our dry cleaning facility, I suppose, or laundromat, whatever you prefer to call it. It of course is going to have up to, I think, about 8 washers or so for the time being. We have plenty of storage as well for clean clothing, but probably most importantly what it's going to be used for, you'll see here the hampers that we have for tainted clothing. Tainted, of course, being worn by a corpse or other dead persons. This is definitely something that we should have worked on way earlier, because I ended up recycling a lot of tainted clothing already for its base resources instead of washing it. Oopsie daisy. But we'll be doing that no longer. It is now a thing of the past, and we all have our good friend Kennaval-I1C to thank for the wonderful idea of the dry cleaner's shop, where we can go about actually cleaning our clothing. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, I had no idea what to do with this area between the nursery and the new dry cleaning area, but I think we're going to reserve it for the time being as kind of property of the nursery. Of course, everything is the property of the entire vault and the overseer overseer, which is myself, but I ended up building a small little park and or recess area for some of the toddlers, and I guess the babies too, as long as the Miss Nannies are holding them, what have you. And if we need to in the future, we can actually expand the nursery itself out this way. Now though, on to more pressing issues. Since we have a lot of our research projects already out of the way, I think a good one for us to work on next is going to be power armor training. This would be perfect for our security needs as well as many of our security officers. Speaking of which, Nellie, the head honcho of our security officers at the moment, is going to be going under for a couple of surgeries. If you've been with the series for a little while, you know that the slave Sharp ended up coming here with some bionic body parts. A damn dirty ghoul didn't need those, but Nellie here sure could use them, not only for enforcing law here in the city, but also for adventuring out in the waste. Not only do bionic arms increase her manipulation stat, but they're also perfect for crushing heads. Once she was finally recovered from her anesthesia, she would gather up a posse, and these 5 are preparing to go out into the wasteland to look for the resources that we need, not only for advanced batteries, but also for many projects that we have in mind for the very near future, including, but not limited to, power armor. Now, since our security officer, Rebecca, got creamed last episode and died, we are going to be replacing her temporarily on this little adventure with my very own stepmother, Buckingham. She used to be a raider captain, so really nobody knows the wasteland quite like her. Plus, one evening I saw her stab my father with a steak knife. I think she'll be fine out there. Just a bit to the southwest of us is an ancient warehouse. If there's going to be anywhere around this godforsaken place that has plenty of steel, plasteel components, etc., etc., it's most likely going to be a place like this, and so we are sending our squad that way. Although, as you well know, it is going to take quite a bit of time. So, in the meantime, we ever so quickly put a pretty pink bow right on top of our power armor training research, now allowing us to go about providing our people with, you guessed it, power armor training. But Overseer, how are we going to do that, I hear you naively ask? Well, my friends, first and foremost, we need a proper workshop slash kind of garage, I guess you could say, where we can actually go about manufacturing and storing the power armor that we plan on creating in the very near future. Just as well, though, this is going to be a place where we can use some of the simulation pods to actually train our dwellers in the arts of power armor. Once they have the adequate knowledge, they will have a power armor trained trait, which will allow them to use power armor. We're still a good bit of a ways off from that. Obviously, of course, we have plenty of room to store many different types of power armor, but we don't currently have the education or the know-how to go about making it. For that, we're going to need fabrication, and after we achieve fabrication, we then need to research these individual types of power armor as well. So, like I said, a little bit of a ways off. Immediately switching gears, though, it would seem that our protagonist adventurers have finally arrived at the ancient warehouse. We have arrived, and as per the usual, there's a bit of gunfire going on inside the facility as soon as everything spawns in. I don't hear any protectrons or anything, though, as we normally do, I must say. I do notice a few rad scorpions here, though, in front of the warehouse. Not sure. Yeah, I don't think they're coming to attack us, so they might be... They're definitely not friendly. We have the enemy red here. Gonna pause for a second, though, and, I mean, you've already seen who we decided to bring along with us here, of course, but I also ended up bringing our Mr. Handies, and the reason that I brought them is because each of them has a pretty good carrying weight. Their carrying weight can help us with getting whatever materials we happen to have here. As you see, I've got them packing silver, NCR dollars in case we want to do some trading, ancient mining charge, which I might actually use in just a second. We also brought our caps, of course. Now, I don't plan on letting them do any fighting. I don't want them to die, obviously. But that ancient mining charge could be good. The one issue is, I don't think they're not very well charged, as you can see, but that's okay. They should be fine here for a while. Okay, so it looks like we are going to murder the scorpions. There could be an entire damn hive in here infesting the place. So we're gonna try to play it safe if we can, but we're also gonna keep our eyes wide open. I'm not sure what the gunfire is. Again, I don't think it's protectrons or anything, assaultrons, because I don't hear anything like that. I'll let Nellie take the lead here. Okay, and we have, feral ghouls, which have been murdered by the toxic scorpions, or the rad scorpions. It looks like they plan on eating them. And we have the rad scorpions. We also do have a lot of steel here, and we have a lot of components, but we also have a lot of explosives. So let's avoid that room until we can somehow manage to lure the rad scorpions out, because I really don't want to blow it up. Alright, we've got ghouls in here fighting with one another. Feral ghouls. Let's go ahead and bring everybody inside. We are going to start blasting them. There we go. Oh, sweet mercy. What's in here? Not much. We could hack the terminal. I suppose we'll have Nelly do that as we continue slaughtering more ghouls. Let's go ahead and move forward. Nelly should be fine on her own hacking this. I'm not exactly sure what we'll get, but there could be a safe turret reprogram. So there's an ancient turret in this room, or rooms looks like. That could be handy. I don't really see anything in here at all. Most of this is in ruins and is useless. The only room so far, I mean, we could take some of these pre-war couches and stuff back, maybe. But the explosives, the steel, we have components, those are going to be handy. Good lord, though, the rad scorpions are not coming out of there yet. We'll deal with that when we have to, I guess. Ooh, we have a sealed crate, an ancient crate. Go ahead and open that up. What do we have? We've got, oh yeah, advanced components. That's what we like. Let's go ahead and access this room from 2 different angles if we can. Okay, infiltrate. We have a feral ghoul who is dying. We also have component boxes and steel again. Yeah, I think the, if I had to guess, the rad scorpions were probably going to eat these feral ghouls. Goodbye. Okay, see you later. Yeah, so we have components, steel, that's about it. Billiards table and stuff, of course, might be kind of useful, but we also have all this. Now, I think if we come in from this angle, we could probably get their attention from here. Maybe draw them into this room. That way, we don't set off these explosives by accident. That's the biggest concern right now. I don't want to accidentally blow us up. On the contrary, we could also send one of our Mr. Handies in as bait. I think it would probably attack them, maybe thinking it could eat them, but do we really want to do that? Probably not. Alright, so I'm going to set up a firing line here, and we'll have Nelly come down here and try to get their attention. Oh, here they come. Alright, I'm going to say it doesn't seem like they're going to attack us, but indeed it does. Now we're talking. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Everybody get back! Oh shit, get back, get back! Oh god. Move, move, move. Oh no. Oh thank god, okay. I did bring, is that all, by the way? All the enemies? Indeed, I think we've defeated them. I did bring Jet, as you can see here, just in case. I didn't know what we were going to find here. The last time, at the ancient Robco factory, we found so many robots, it was insane, and I wish we had brought more drugs. Or just drugs in general, really, that I would have remembered to have taken. Let's go ahead and crack all of this open, see how much steel and stuff that we have once we're done. So far, we have, how much steel? 1,206 steel, 11 components, and 5 advanced components. So that is a lot of resources. I don't know if we can carry all that steel, but we'll definitely try. Even with our Mr. Handies, obviously steel is extremely heavy. I wonder if we could take these armchairs and stuff with us, if we could trade them off to somebody. Some Wastelander faction would probably be willing to buy them, I'd say. Yeah, in terms of our steel, we're only able to carry 40, but granted, I am going to be carrying one of those love seats and a couch and stuff like that. Not a love seat. Or is it a love seat? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. The pre-war chairs. Because I think we can sell them to the Wastelanders to make more money, and thus we'll be able to buy more plasteel. I like steel, and I like the idea of carrying it all, of course, but we would just be making plasteel out of it anyways, and we can always get some maybe from the Enclave, or maybe just find more to mine somewhere if we need to. Steel is pretty abundant. Plasteel, on the other hand, not so much. So that's what we're going to be trying to get now. So we are actually going to be moving south on the road here. That way we can get down to the NCR Deserters base, the Deserters Fort, and we'll do some trading with him. We also have, oh, you notice a beam of plasma score across the sky. At first glance, it appears to be a meteor, but on closer inspection, it is seen to be humanoid in shape. What could it be? The location has been marked on the planetary map. That's interesting. Some type of crash site. I wonder what could be there. Although I don't know that we'll be able to deal with that, as we are currently trying to do trade and other things, of course, but that could be something interesting if we ever have the time. Well, we did attempt to trade with him at least. The deserters had no interest in trading with what they called Volties. That's okay, though, no hard feelings. Except we kinda sorta told the NCR of their location on our way to another settlement. Yep, here's hoping that the NCR gives those dirty deserters a good stern talking to. I hope they learned their lesson. As we're once again traveling for some trade, though, meanwhile back home it would seem that our two little babies going by the name of Sass and Houston are now toddlers. That's right, the big 03, walking around on two legs and all. I'm so proud of them. But, blech, those two goofy-ass names will not do. How about Cooper and Lucy. And you know what? For our first Miss Nanny, we're going to name her Sky, and I think for the second, we're going to name her Rose. These name suggestions are from our good friends, the Empire's Strongest and Adam Wesley Yates 23. I really love the name of Sky Rose, by the way. I almost named the Overseer's little sister that, but we couldn't have Lucy and Cooper and, you know, one or the other. We had to have both of them at the same time with both the kids. You understand, right? I love both the name suggestions from you guys, and I want to thank everyone who left name suggestions. I love you all. Finally, though, our trade caravan had arrived at its destination. In exchange for plasteel, we sold off many a pipe weapon, advanced components, and of course the pre-war furniture that we were talking about earlier. Many days later, our trade caravanning adventurers would finally return home, with very little conflict on the road, I might add. Immediately heading into our storehouse and dropping off just over 300 pieces of plasteel. Oh God, it feels good to be home. Now that we have all that plasteel, of course we can start making those advanced batteries that we needed it for previously. With these, I think we'll be able to store enough power for the entire city for a long period of time if anything were to happen to our reactors. Backup plans, people, backup plans. We finally ended up finishing our research into fabrication, which took absolutely forever. But if you think that took forever, the recon and marine armor researches are going to take even longer, per research of course. But at the end of this, we will have some of the greatest power armor that the world has ever made. Now then, as always, while our more intellectually gifted dwellers research new technology, we shall occupy ourselves with some physical labor. We are expanding the future power armor workshop to the right a bit, adding in a new specialized fabrication room. We'll be able to fabricate the power armor pieces and components here, as well as many other complex items to kill or to prevent us from getting killed. It is also within our new fabrication workshop that we have a few variants of the fabrication station, such as the one you see before you. This one will allow us to create unique types of weapons, primarily Gauss weapons. At the moment, these weapons are quite expensive, requiring many advanced components and plasteel. I suppose it's a good thing that we just so happen to come into getting ourselves plenty of plasteel then, isn't it? Now, given the hefty price of this weapon tech, as well as the fact that we are unsure as to how useful it's going to be, starting out and testing small-ish, we will have a Gauss rifle. I think it's a good compromise between a Gauss minigun and a Gauss pistol. Ah, and there it is in all its glory. Alrighty kids, today we will be getting a lesson in prototype weapons handling and training. Say, stand back, will ya? You know, in case I explode or implode. Not really sure what this could do. Let's find out, shall we? Oh, now that there is smooth, a damn fine energy rifle. Bypasses most armors that specialize in kinetic damage since it is energy-based. These are incredibly expensive, but I think they could easily compete with the Enclave's laser rifles. Don't tell the Enclave I said that, though. Perhaps our trade alliance could escalate to things that we need in exchange for our interesting technology. We'll have to discuss with them. Speaking of trade, I also have another teeny-tiny idea that might help us out with making some money as well as bartering and acquiring things that we need. We're going to be building a couple of art benches. You see, we have a lot of sandstone and slate. We've literally moved mountains to build our city here under the mountain, and as such, we are left with a lot of stone that we've been cutting. We've been using a lot of it for furniture and sewage pipes, things like that, and yet we still have a shit ton left over. We might as well put it to good use by starting to make sculptures that we can sell for caps, NCR dollars, or whatever currency the local settlement is using. Or perhaps we just exchange them for some good old-fashioned weapons and armor. And honestly, I think it's very on par and on brand for vault dwellers to make art for sale. It's very happy-go-lucky, quirky type of goofy shit that vault dwellers tend to exclusively possess and do during these dark and radioactive times. I suppose you could blame it on our amazing living situation. Also, before I forget, I wanted to mention that I am going to begin actually putting in some proper markings throughout our city. For instance, at our vault entrance, we are going to be putting some radiation warning signs as well as some caution symbolism around the actual door itself. That way people don't get crushed or in the way of it. This is something I wish I had done earlier as we built our city, but oh well, better late than never. We're just going to be throwing in some road markings and what have you for pedestrians to walk across. Not that we have any vehicles anyways, but also some proper caution markings in our reactor room, stuff like that. And I think that these also fit the city quite well, not only because, well, the places that most of the caution and warning signs are in are very dangerous, but also for other things like markings in the streets and whatnot, just because they just fit the city setting, I feel. And I think that they really add that little extra layer of immersion and detail. Think that's cool, do ya? Well, take a look at the mural we painted onto the ceiling of the vault. Yes, nice, isn't it? We based it on the beautiful skies of the pre-war Montana. It was a part of the Northern Commonwealth created by the old government. Ah, those must have been the days, eh? So, do you like it? What? You can't see it? Oh my god! No, that won't do. I have an idea, let me just... There we go. Now, you'll have to use your imagination a bit, but, I think you get the general idea. Maybe. Well, anywho's, I think by this point we have plenty of sculptures, enough that we can make a decent profit and maybe even be able to buy ourselves some more resources like plasteel. I really would like to make more Gauss weapons, so we're going to be sending out a caravan to do a bit of trading with a nearby wasteland settlement to see if they have any plasteel in exchange for our beautiful artworks. They were about 2 to 3 days into their trip by the time that we had finally finished our research into recon armor. Thank God! Now we have to finish up marine armor, which is going to take just as long. Womp womp womp. But it would seem that our days are still going to be filled with quite a bit of excitement, as we have a trade caravan from the Enclave. No vertibirds? I suppose your generals are cheaping out on fuel lately, eh? I'm just kidding. Please don't kill me and let's maybe trade. I would approach with my security detail and speak with their commanding officer in exchange for a few more of the sculptures that we had in storage, as well as some other resources that we had acquired. They would end up providing us with plenty more plasteel. I know. All I've talked about the last 10 minutes is plasteel, but it's very important for our plans. Oh my. What is this? The free mountain dwellers have come to attack us. No doubt, because we sorta kidnapped one of their dwellers and her synth companion, I'd say. Well, they must not know that we're not going to take shit from them or their filthy-ass soldiers. Especially not these disgusting super mutants. They don't seem to be like ordinary brain-dead super mutants, but nevertheless, a mutant is trash, all the same. So, obviously, we have these mutants attacking. Now, thankfully, I will say, our good allies at the Enclave are still here. We have yet to grab the last of our plasteel, but I've got everybody coming inside, and I'm going to see... Oh, no, come in, Soren. Sorry. Almost locked Soren out. We're going to seal the door. We are going to seal the door. I want to make sure I have everybody inside the city, under the mountain in the vault, before this conflict really gets started. I would help the Enclave, but I'm sure they got this covered, right? Against only 3 mutants and 2 dwellers with some decent armor, I guess. These mutants are genetically enhanced, which I don't know how that's going to fare for the Enclave, but guess we're about to find out. I do hope that our vault door shuts in time. It takes an incredibly long amount of time to shut. So hopefully it seals up before they actually get to our entranceway. I'm going to bring all our dwellers, slaves and all up here towards the entranceway just in case we do need to kind of fend them off. I think worst case scenario, planning this out, if it does happen, we will be bringing all of our people down towards this way to the armory to equip as many weapons as we can. Everybody's already armed to the teeth, but worst case scenario, we'll grab extra weapons and maybe even give them to people like Jim and her synth and force them to fight if we can. I don't think they'll fight against their own people, but maybe they will. Regardless though, let us see how this goes. So we've already got them. Yeah, they're already... Oh, wow. Okay. Right in each other's faces. Oh, and the mutant is down. 1 mutant down. 2 more to go. Oh, shit. The Enclave are taking some... Oh! Enclave... guys, soldiers, troopers, that is like the worst place to be standing. We put these mining charges out here a long time ago, before we sealed ourselves up, of course. And we've never used them since. We still get raids, of course. They're not anything massive or anything concerning, as they just come on the outside and beat the vault walls, of course, which have incredible durability, so I never really show it, because what's the point? Unless something interesting happens, they normally beat on it for a day and run away. But we put these out here before any of that, and standing behind them for cover is probably the worst thing they could do. We'll see if it affects them negatively, though. Oh my god. These mutants are about to get turned to ash. Oh, 2 of them, and they are fleeing. Hello, goodbye. 1 singular vault dweller running away. Holy shit, that is incredible. Oh, you know, we could come out here and grab some of these armors. What is this? Stim packs. There's a lot of good stuff out here all of a sudden, and I think we'll take some of it for ourselves. Yeah, let's go ahead and leave the vault unsealed for now, just so we can come out. We'll put some of these fires out, and we'll take these stim packs and stuff too. You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. I was kind of surprised. I thought that the mutants were gonna hold up better against the Enclave, but I'm guessing they're a bit disheveled seeing the Enclave, as they probably weren't expecting them, and were only expecting us. If not for this XO1 soldier, though, or a soldier wearing the XO1, I think they probably would have died. Can we get this fire put out? Thank you. And I'm actually going to strip these mutants, and we'll take these bits and pieces of combat armor inside and get them washed in our brand new dry cleaners, I should say. We've got plasma grenades, we've got laser rifles, knives, stim packs. Ooh, my, this is pretty good. Quite the haul, if I do say so myself. But yes, to my surprise, the Enclave held up fairly well against them. I mean, I'm not surprised. Obviously, the Enclave is always pretty well armed and stuff, but, you know, I just thought these mutants were gonna do better. They are genetically enhanced mutants. That's pretty crazy. They did outnumber them a lot, though, and they have plasma and laser weaponry, so I guess we shouldn't be that surprised. Good on you, though, allies. Thank you for helping, of course. We're getting a lot of these weapons and things already hauled to our armory, which is great. Stuff like these laser rifles, we can go ahead and start equipping as well. Plasma grenades. These will be great. I think I'll sort them out later, though, for our security force. And we will get this combat armor cleaned, and I think it would be good for a few of our other people who obviously can go out adventuring or also join the security force. if I'm not mistaken, so far Security Force, obviously they've been using the Vault-Tec security armor because it's great, but in some cases I think the combat armor is actually better, but for the most part this is the most advanced armor we have, other than Nellie's power armor, of course, which we got from Sharp when he attacked us. But we are going to be making our own pretty soon too, which is great. But that was pretty incredible. We'll get all this junk hauled in, and we'll seal the door once more from the outside world, and we will be done with that. I think our caravan should be arriving soon to do trade with some nearby wastelanders, where we might get some more plasteel if we're lucky. And indeed, yes, our trade caravan would arrive several hours later, but there was one little problem. This settlement didn't have any plasteel. The only thing they had that we might even be slightly interested in is components. So we ended up purchasing some of those. We sold them Nuka-Cola and sculptures and made ourselves a few caps. These caps hopefully will allow us to go about purchasing plasteel in the future. But while we're out here, I thought maybe we should also go ahead and investigate that crash site that we heard about earlier. Well, what have we here? Let's go ahead and bring everyone down. Something appears to have crashed. Not exactly sure as to what it is. Perhaps some type of Enclave experimental, well, it's definitely not a vertibird, but ship, I guess, some type of vehicle. I don't see any enemies around, no raiders, no nobody. The crash still seems pretty fresh for the most part. We've got a little tiny dead forest fire going on here. Cryosleep casket. Doesn't look like anything's in it, so if there was something in this, here's to have left. Ooh, what's this? We've got a blaster, some type of weapon, and some type of helmet. That's interesting. I think we'll take those with us. This is very interesting. I'm not quite sure where it came from, but I would bet that it is made from some pretty valuable resources. Let's deconstruct it. Just steel, I guess. Well, that's not that valuable. We wouldn't be able to carry all that back. Although we have this part of it here. What is this made of? We'll need to act quickly, though, because the longer we stay here, the longer we risk enemies coming. Oh, plasteel and advanced components. Yes, sir, indeed. Looks like we also have some pieces back here. Let's go ahead and deconstruct those, too. We got some plasteel here. God, I love plasteel. Well, the settlement didn't have any, but I think we found a good bit. Not as much as I probably would have liked, but still. 20 plasteel from this one. Advanced components and components. Go ahead and deconstruct all that we can of whatever this is and take it. And we'll also take this weapon and this helmet. Yeah, whatever it is, I'm guessing it came from the sky. It looks like it had a path right through here where it crash landed and eventually stopped here after having enough dirt slow it down. Ooh, there we go, more resources. Let's go ahead and I want to try this weapon out real quick before we head back. The Overseer will be tickled plum pink with this technology. Technically, we should probably turn it over to the Enclave, but I'm definitely not going to. We've got this little blaster here. Hello. Ooh, that packs a punch. And yet, hardly any recoil. Damn, that is tough. And I want to try the helmet on, too. Just because, why not? It's a bit snug, a bit small, like it fits a smaller head, but oh, nice. That's pretty cool. Okay, yeah, that's alright. Alright, let's go ahead. Oh, I want to deconstruct the cryopod here, too. Could get something useful from that. Yeah, uranium, that'll be good for our reactors. I would deconstruct the rest of whatever this vessel was made of, but it's just steel, and we're not going to be able to carry it all back anyway, so I think what we have here is fine. I don't see any more parts from it, so yeah, that's cool. Alright, we will go ahead and head back home. As they had began making their way back, though, meanwhile, we decided that it was finally time for us to upgrade our research station and our laboratory. We're going to be building 2 extra high-tech research benches to help us out with this research into marine armor. Again, something we should have done long ago, but better late than never. This will significantly decrease the amount of time it takes for us to research any type of technological project, assuming we have enough people who aren't busy doing something else to go about researching, which is normally the case, at least recently. A couple of days later, and our adventurers had finally returned home home with all of the goodies that they had found during their exploration, as well as a bit of the money that they had made on their little trade excursion. They quickly went into the warehouse to drop it all off before deciding to come see myself. No, Dad, look, I'm not mad. It's just, ever since she's been born, you don't play catch with me anymore. How? Hello, Nellie. I'll talk to you later, Dad. What can I help you with? An exotic weapon, you say? Well, don't leave me hanging. Let's see it. My, oh my, what have we here? Is this even human? Well, there's only one thing to do with such a dangerous-looking weapon. Keep it for myself, of course. How about we go test it out, huh? Yes, right here in the city street should be fine. Ah, Sharp, you made it, old boy. Yes, I requested you. Feel free to take your hood off. Nobody's around. Yep, I just need you for a little experiment. Let's see here. What? Surely you didn't think we were going to keep a ghoul around for longer than we had to, right? I did make a promise to kill him once he had exhausted his usefulness. Nellie, could you get rid of his body for me? He's starting to stink. Normally, we wouldn't even bother burying any of the people that we kill, much less a filthy, mutated freak such as Sharp here, but I don't think I need to express to you just how much we don't need the Enclave finding out we let that ugly bastard live with us for as long as he did. I don't quite think they'd understand. You know, I gotta say, the community already smells and looks much better without that wrinkled, skinny weirdo slogging down our beautiful, pure human sidewalks any longer. Besides, he wasn't useful to us anymore anyways. Ever since we created a robotic workforce, he was only getting in our way at this point. No need to keep a mutie around longer than needed, especially one who was a raider. Imagine all the innocent people he killed out there. Imagine all the vault dwellers he's murdered. Yeah, bet you wish I would have blasted him sooner, huh? Me too. But just like that, my friends, we have finally finished our research into marine armor, and you know what that means. We immediately started working on our very own power armor. This took an extremely long amount of time, but to go along with this new armor that we're creating, we've also decided to make ourselves a new Goss weapon as well. I introduce to you my stepmother, Buckingham. Or, should I say, Buckingham, my stepmother, the power armor trained, power armor wielding, and Goss minigun wielding badass. That was a mouthful, but indeed I have decided to give her the joy of being power armored trained first and foremost out of all of our dwellers. And I think that this set of T-51 really complements Nellie's T-60, as the two of them are now going to be our designated adventurers. No more sending out our security force on these dangerous missions. They will be maintaining law and order right here at home. However, that being said, I am going to let our security force and security officers be the first among our populace to actually be power armor trained. Not because I plan on creating a suit of armor for all of them, but just in case they were to need it. Having this type of versatility for all of our security officers is invaluable. But you know what would be even more invaluable? Letting all the people within our city become power armor trained. That way, they will always have the skill set needed to defend their home, our home, to the best of their ability at any given moment. That's right, my darling wife, even you, such a delicate flower. You think that Boland of Vault 58 lets his people actually train to be using power armor like this? All of his people? Yeah, fat chance. Now all that is well and good, however, we still need to test out our Goss minigun. Armor is great, but if we don't have the weapons to match, what are we really, right? So I have a little small, I guess, herd or clan of rad scorpions that I found out here. We jumped them up out of some of their burrows. Although they don't seem to be aggressive with us, I am going to start blasting them with our Goss rifle and our Goss minigun. Let's try it out. Holy shit, are you serious? Oh my god, wait, was that just a stroke of luck? Because he hit the scorpion right in the brain, one shot. There's no way. Not he, by the way, is Nellie. That's incredible if it's that powerful, but I think that might have been a lucky shot. If so, that's like insane. Let's try again. Yeah, that's probably more like it. Is the herd attacking us? No. Look how fast this takes down rad scorpions, though. Oh my god. It completely, if I'm not mistaken, let's take a look actually on the scorpions. Ah, so that would be why. So it completely bypasses their armor, as the rad scorpion armor is only for sharp and blunt weaponry. So like kinetic damage, of course. So these just cut right through their... Oh, God, that is insane. Another brain shot. Holy shit, Nelly. It just cuts through their chitin armor, like their exoskeleton armor with, like, butter. I mean, it's insane. Oh my god. Did you see this one? This one was coming to attack, and he noticed what was happening to his friend. Get back here, you coward. It actually might be leaving. It definitely fled the area. Oh my god, these are insane. Oh, wow, that's crazy. This technology, I don't know if we should trade it with the Enclave. Maybe we keep it for ourselves. It seems pretty insane, I'm not gonna lie to you. Ah, what have we here? Vault 58, eh? Ah, there you are. Looks like they plan on, well, planning before they attack. Ah, these mutants. Disgusting. They all look so... similar. I wonder how they're creating them. They are genetically superior, so perhaps they have some type of expertise or expert at Vault 58 who knows about mutant DNA, but I would rather burn down the entire place and kill all the mutants. That way, that can't happen anymore. We also have a human with him, a bit of a wastelander human, but this Vault Dweller is wearing a set of T-45. Oh, the old, outdated, shabby Model A. Don't mind if we, I don't know, come in and slaughter all of you. Everybody else is sealed away in the vault. They shouldn't be able to get in anyways. Like I said, with most raids, they just beat on the walls, they leave, we repair them, it's all over with. It would be cool if I could lure them over this way towards the mining charges, but I doubt I'll be able to. We do have to be careful because they have laser weaponry, and laser weaponry can still cut through our power armor, which I would prefer not happening, but it can happen. They're not even paying attention to us. Shows the intelligence of even the most artificially enhanced super mutants. If we hit them with the minigun, now we've got their attention. Oh my god! We killed the T-45 power armor user, the human, which I guess makes sense. The weakest link. We need to take cover though. Let's go this way, right here. Oh. They're getting some decent hits in, though, with that laser rifle. Let's move, and I want to see if I can convince them. I might not be able to convince them to come this way. Damn, these mutants, even with this armor, are a bit tough. A bit tough, I will admit. They are a bit tough. We'll just have to play it a bit smarter than them. Shouldn't be all that hard. Come now, mutants. You'll never get your friend Gem or her filthy synth back without a little bit more effort. At least more than this. Here we go. Oh, came very close. We did get hit there, but the power armor deflected it. Or didn't deflect it, but tanked the damage. That was a good hit. Now, I love that Gauss rifle, but I need the minigun, I think. Oh, yeah, but Buckingham is taking an absolute beating. Oh, shit. You know, I wasn't expecting Vault 58 to have this much firepower. We might have to invest in some proper defenses. Something that we haven't done this entire time because we've been so focused on stuff like power armor. Look, Buckingham is very burned and injured. That is absolutely insane. Minigun, just that way Nelly can use it. Uh-oh, now they are beginning their assault. We need to prepare. If we play this carefully, we might just be able to pull a victory out of our ass here. I really hope so, but I don't know if we can. We need... Oh, okay, alright, not too bad. As long as we're taking the defensive here, I think we'll be fine. Oh, they're stealing what they can and leaving? Looks like they're taking their own weaponry back. Cowards, I'm gonna chase them. We have to be very careful, though, even in chasing them, because they could end up slaughtering us. Actually, I'm gonna bring Buckingham back. Oh, well, never mind. We don't care about those. They're getting away. That's alright. Buckingham and Nellie, though, I'm going to bring them back inside the vault as they are both very badly injured, as we've seen with Buckingham. Nellie, not as bad, most likely given the fact that she has 2 bionic arms. Holy, though, a laser burn on her brain. Oh, f***ing mutants, dude. Damn it. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Ugh, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Want to bring everyone in, we'll kind of quarantine at first here for a moment. Buckingham, if you could. Damn it, though. Nellie's got a burn on her brain from those stupid mutants. We could probably do some kind of surgery, or there's probably something we could give her to get rid of that, but we'll take a long time before we even have access to anything like that. Son of a bitch. Ah, that's how it is out in the wasteland, I'm afraid. Alright, let's get the 2 of them down here to the hospital, and we'll go ahead and start tending to their wounds with some good medicine, which we currently have in storage, of course. Nellie? Whoa, how are you? Oh, the doc maid! I completely forgot about that. We don't even need a doctor in here because the dark mate will automatically tend to them. I thought it was some type of drug or something she had, but I forgot she doesn't do that. Can you come? Rest yourself, Buckingham? Yeah, I forgot about our automated dark mates. I was very confused, but excited. So we automatically get to tend to wounds. However, even so, it is still going to be a while before they are fully healed. Both of them are going to need plenty of rest, so let's hope we don't have any more fights in the meantime. But my friends, with a successful battle under our belt, scaring off the mutant threat that came to try to steal away a pure human who is beginning to slowly integrate with our society that they think is their friend, I think that our vault, our city, is complete. I really do think that over these last few episodes, this entire series, we truly have created a real paradise for humans here in the wasteland. One that is not only safe and secure for all who live here, as we've seen multiple times. Once we seal that door, there's no getting in. But also one that is so luxurious and a true time capsule of the time before the Great War. My friends, all this word salad that's spewing out of my mouth is just to say, we did it. We really did create a perfect pre-war vault. Our perfect pre-war vault. And I couldn't have done this without you. And I want to thank you all ever so much for watching, of course, for supporting the content, for being here with me, and of course for all your amazing suggestions, not only for where the series should go, but where we should build in the vault, what we should build in the vault, the mods we should use, everything. All of this is because of you, and I really do love you guys. I always do this at the end of a series, but truly I could not be more grateful for such an amazing community and such an amazing audience. I just want to say thank you. Truly, thank you. I often wonder if I end my series too early, and sometimes I definitely do, and you guys definitely let me know that I do, but I think that this series is at the perfect stopping point. Although, our vault here, our community, our city is not ending. This universe continues on, and as do we. The folks of Vault 13 are no longer just surviving in the wasteland, though. They are thriving. And we will continue to do so, and we will continue working with our allies in the Enclave to expand and to repopulate America. God bless the Enclave, God bless Vault Tech, and God bless America. I'll see you later.